This is yesterday, by the way. Yesterday was not a good day. A lot of red. A lot of red. Get everything set up. Ooh, games are already farther along than I thought they would be at this point. Get those live bets down, but I'm trying to get everything settled into my, I guess, live in-game bet tracker. Get all the files in, get the API link updated and all that, and then we can get underway. I was up at 7:30 this morning doing this, so a little tired. Yeah, if you watched last week's sorry, if you watched last Saturday's stream, you would have seen me gone on a pretty big hot run when it came to live bets. I don't think that will be the norm. I really don't. That was a lucky run. I was like 18-3 on totals or something ridiculous like that. Like that's not going to be the norm. So don't have your expectations set to that. Everybody goes on a hot run. Like you can go on a hot run like that flipping a coin. You know, I'm not saying that my approach sucked, but I'm not going to be going 18-4 every time I do this. All right, let's see if we're good to go. Yeah, this is last Saturday's results right here. So I was 17-4 on totals, but that's, I think when I went off the live stream, I went off the live stream and I was 1-5 after I signed off the live stream. So before that, I was like a lot better. Yeah, a lot of green before I signed off. But even with that, I was still 17-4 on totals. That's not going to be the norm. All right, let's get this updated. So I have a new column over here, My Plays. By the way, usually that error message happens when it doesn't recognize a team in the API. So I'll have to figure that out. There's a lot of games today. Scroll down quite a bit. But I created this My Plays column just because I don't have the same number of units on every game, so I did that just so I can actually get the right number of units. All right, let's see what's going on here. Didn't want to start this off with an error message, but it is what it is. So it looks like I'm trying to debug my own code right now in the middle of a stream instead of live betting like I should be. But I can't live bet if this is giving me errors. Okay. I think I know what's going on. There we go. Yeah, when I added this column, I didn't put in the right variable for A, so we're good to go. All right, where's my phone? Let's start looking at some live bets here. I saw that there are 4 games being offered, but they are probably going to add more. Like 4 games that started at 9 o'clock. Yeah, games start at 9 a.m. here on Saturdays. I think it was Kansas, Oklahoma was 1. No, I took this game off. I took this game off because it was 142.5 when I ran the model, but it dropped to 141. I took it off, so I'm going to have to get rid of that. Yeah, I do not have a bet on Kansas. Oklahoma under. All right. Any other games that I took off? No, I think that's it. All right. All right, yeah, there's only 4. So we got Auburn, South Carolina. We got Kansas and Oklahoma. UConn and Creighton and Houston and Temple. I'm surprised they don't have Virginia Tech and Syracuse on there, to be honest with you. All right. So let's see. I'm going to clear this off. This is last week and not this week. Yeah, I haven't done any live bets since last Saturday. Even you think that since I went on such a hot run last Saturday with those live bets that I would keep doing it throughout the week, but I didn't. Okay. What do we got here? Auburn, South Carolina. Do we have a match? No. Houston and Temple does match. We got Houston minus 15.5. Total of 125.5. That looks like it's heading over. That's what I was doing last week. That looks like it's heading over. So up to 126.5. Let's do it anyway. Here we go again with the acquiring location madness. So it's kind of like a pick your poison. If I have it on Wi-Fi, it usually is unable to acquire my location. But if I have it on, cell service, like I don't get the best signal in here, so it'll time out. So it's like pick your poison. No, don't place the bet. Don't place the bet. Don't place the bet. Cancel. Thank you. All right, because it dropped from 126.5 to 122.5, and now it's at 124.5. I'm going to hold off for a bit. UConn and Creighton total of 130.5. Kansas, Oklahoma 149.5. Houston, Temple 129. Okay, now let's do Houston, Temple over. No. Gosh, each time I want to bet on it, it goes, okay, here we go. Place bet. You just acquired my location 2 minutes ago. That's the real entertainment of this live stream, is seeing whether I can get a bet down. It's like fighting against that is just crazy. Okay, I'm in. Finally, first live bet of the stream is down. We got Houston, Temple, over 125.5. So I got that down. And it was the overs that I was hitting last week. All right, Kansas, Oklahoma, 147.5. It's right in line. UConn, Creighton, I got 130.5. I'm going to wait on that. Already down on Houston, Temple. Auburn, South Carolina. We got, I'm going to have to update that because the score is off. Okay, we got 159. They're offering 157.5, so I'm going to have to wait on that. They just added George Mason and St. Joseph's to the roster, which starts in 13 minutes. Going to go back over here to spreads. We got Auburn plus 0.5. That's pretty much in line. Kansas, Oklahoma. We got Kansas being offered plus 0.5. That is 2 points off, but I'm gonna wait. I found that like 3 points was has been the magic number for spread betting. But it's kind of tough though. We got Houston minus 16.5. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and jump on that one. Even though that's kind of it was kind of like where my spread losses came last week, especially late, is when I missed the boat. And by missed the boat, I mean, but I don't feel like I've missed the boat here on Houston. I don't. I could have got in on that earlier, but by missed the boat, I mean I took it off. But before I cleared that, like for example, I jumped in on USC last weekend. I forgot who they were playing, but they were up by. You know, my model said they were going to win by like 23, and the live line was 17, and I was like, you know, I'm going to jump on that, but then they only won by 8. And then I did the same thing again with Utah. My model said they were going to win by 19, and they were offering 14, so I took it at 14, and they had lost outright to Cal, I think. And so I feel like if you're going to take those big favorites, you know, you don't want to be spending... You know, you don't want to be placing huge numbers, you know, because, yeah, it could keep going on, but what I learned is that it kept dropping as well. Glad you enjoy the R classes, Ehaj. Yeah, need to drink some water. My throat is dry. No, you can't really see it on a Saturday because there's just so many games on Saturday that, you know, you just can't. Because I've kind of come up with not a different betting strategy, but something. As you see, I'm like placing more units on spread bets and totals, but I've actually been betting on tiers, which I did yesterday. So I have like various tiers that I bet. Even among the bet types, but since there's so many games on Saturday, you have to be a little bit more picky. Because if I did it the tiered method that I did like yesterday or Thursday, I would have had like 80 bets today, and you just can't. And when I say tier, you know, I'll show you what I mean. So here's my keyframe. So this has all my keys for the different metrics. And so like, for example, this one right here, you know, the one with 47% ROI, I'll bet high. I'll put that in the keys and I'll bet higher on that one. But like for this one that has like the most units, you know, I'll bet lower units on that one, but I'll still bet it. And then index, you know, but like, for example, I'd bet like maybe a third of a unit on this blender ATM combo, and then I'd bet like a full unit on the 47.5% ROI combo. You know, but that's the thing. Like, if I was going to do the blender ATM combo today, I'd have like 80 against the spread bets because there's so many games on Saturday, and the keys really aren't that tight here. Basically what this means is that for when the blender is 0.98 or higher, when the ATM is 0.02 or higher, it's 85 and 51 for plus 28.9 units. So you want to ride that wave, but you can't do it on a Saturday. You could, but your unit size would be so small. It would be very tough to make any kind of real margin. So Saturdays are tough. So I choose to go with the higher ROI plays on Saturday. And so I think today we're going with... today I went with 52, which is this one right here. Basically everything. Indie team, blender, ATM sim, so all 5 metrics with their various keys. That is 53 and 26 for plus 24.4 units on the year, 30.8% ROI. So that's the spread key I'm going with today. The total and moneyline keys are a lot tighter because they just haven't been doing as well. As you can see, like spreads, you know, a lot of green up here, but totals not so much. Only the blender is positive. Remember, that's keyless, though. With keys, you know, it's a little bit more of a better story. But just total keys are tighter here. I'll show you what my total keys are today. Yeah, I rolled with number 51, which is this one right here. Blender ATM simple and combo, 18 and 5. So very, very picky. Very picky. All right, so let's go back to live betting. See if we can find anything. So Houston, we got Kansas, Oklahoma. So there might be Kansas minus 4.4. They're offering 3.5. I wouldn't take Oklahoma. Like I said, the magic number seems to be 3. Creighton in Connecticut, we got Creighton minus 10.5. But you can get it at, but my model says 8. So there's actually some value on UConn there. Creighton's kind of been inconsistent lately. I watched them the other night fall apart against, who was it, Providence? So they've been pretty inconsistent. So since Oklahoma's now up by 8, let's see what the deal is. Creighton's now 9.5, so it looks like people jumped on that UConn line. They took Auburn and South Carolina off. Let me go back to that. Yeah, I don't know where Auburn, South Carolina went. Let's see. We got 148.5 on the total for Kansas, Oklahoma. Seems to be tracking pretty close. Creighton, UConn is 132.5. There doesn't seem to be anything there. Yeah, the total is tracking pretty much in line with what's being offered for the Kansas-Oklahoma game. I'm waiting for this number to change to 6 right here. Let me zoom in. There we go. 132.7. They're offering 129.5. We got 3 points of overvalue right there. I'm going to wait. Still don't know where the Auburn-South Carolina game went. Let's see. Houston. Okay, UConn's back to 8.5. I'd still want another. Yeah, like 3 is the magic number. 3 is the magic number, and it's at about 2.7. So not yet for UConn. I want OU on the right side of 3. So that's why I'm waiting on them. UConn and Creighton. UConn's back to 8.5. Like I said, just now they're at 7.5. I'm just, like I said, I want it to be on the right. I'm being patient here. You want to wait for your number. You don't want to jump too soon. Oklahoma 3.5. Creighton 7.5. So yeah, I'm not seeing my numbers. UConn, Creighton 131.5. See, Kansas is making its little run right now, so that's why I waited on Oklahoma. But it looks like if I make a live bet in that game, it will be Oklahoma. But we'll have to wait and see. Okay, UConn and Creighton are now tied. Getting these numbers to match up is the challenge. Okay, Auburn, South Carolina's back. Okay, so 25-14. We got Auburn at -6.5. I have them at 9. Not quite there. Not quite there. What's the total in that game? We got 152.5. It's track. Just like I said, we need our. I'm gonna be patient here. Gonna be patient. No need to pull the trigger too soon. Okay, Kansas, Oklahoma. So Oklahoma's now at 2.5, but that's just not the number I'm looking for. Okay, this one's interesting. I can get UConn now at 7.5. It makes me wonder. That's tempting, but I was like 8.5 though was the number earlier. Do we jump in at 7.5? I say let's do it. Let's jump in at 7.5 for UConn. I mean, we got the difference we needed. The difference of a 3.8. That's higher than the 3 number we're looking for. So, I'll take it any day. All right, so that's our third live bet. All right, Auburn is now 5.5. Ooh, that's very tempting. That is very tempting. South Carolina's been garbage lately. South Carolina's been garbage. I've bet on them twice in the past week, and they have let me down twice. Like last week against LSU, they were up by like 18 points. And so I bet them live at plus 5.5, right? I had them plus 5.5, and they were up by 18. I was like, okay, that live bet can't lose. And what do? They lose. They fell apart in the second half. Okay, Auburn. Update the score, please. I am very tempted to jump in on Auburn right now. Let's do it. Auburn -6.5. Yeah, South Carolina letting me down. Well, they're going to let me down again this week, watch. Because they're going to cover this 6.5. Okay, so I got 3 spread bets in. So the only game I don't have a spread bet on is Oklahoma that's being offered live right now. And you can get that at Oklahoma -2.5. Like I said, there's just no value there right now. So let's go ahead and look at totals. 154.5 in the Auburn game. That's no value there. 127.5 in the UConn game, just not there yet. KU Oklahoma is 142.5. That's right in line with what's being offered. Houston Temple, already have a bet down on that one. What channel is this Houston game on? I just have more leverage, and I have nothing on the KU game in Oklahoma, and that's the game I have on TV. Is Houston Temple on TV? Auburn, South Carolina's on TV. I'm going to look. Is Houston and Temple on TV? CBS, okay. Wow. Let's put it on. Okay, we got Houston up by 10. That's good. Remember, I have them at 16.5. Temple, I don't know what's happened to that program. They've declined since they left the Atlantic 10. I know they don't have Fran Dunphy anymore, but Fran Dunphy's problem is that he couldn't win. Houston's up by 13 now, but he just couldn't win in the NCAA tournament. I think he won one game in the NCAA tournament against Penn State in 2011, and then they lost to San Diego State in the second round. But apart from that, they would be seeded 5, 6, 7, and they'd lose in the first round. I remember them losing in the first round to Cornell. as a 5 seed. They lost in the first round to Minnesota as a 6 seed, or Xavier, one of those two teams. Seemed like every time they were seeded a single digit, they'd lose in the first round, but they don't have Fran Duffy anymore, which is fine, but that program's just fallen since they left the Atlantic 10, which I think they are a better fit in the Atlantic 10. I know the main reason they're in the American is because of football, but oh wow, Houston hit the 3 and they got the ball back. There was a foul under the basket during the 3 and while it was in the air. All right, so Houston is up by 13. I'm not going to complain. The only game I have a pregame bet on right now is Wright State and IUPUI, and let's check on that. Wright State's up by 15. I have them at minus 15.5. They won the same game yesterday by 20, I think. Let's see. I don't know if I have any other back-to-backs. So this is a back-to-back I have bet on today. Any other back-to-backs? Yeah, Kennesaw State, North Florida. I took North Florida yesterday by minus 7.5, I think, and they covered it. I took Purdue Fort Wayne yesterday at the same line. I think it might have been 2.5 yesterday or 1.5. They did not come close to covering that, but I'm on them again today. Texas State, I took them yesterday at the same number. Actually, I think they were minus 5.5 yesterday, but they covered that easily. That was never in doubt. They were up by 15 from the start. But I took the money line. That's probably the biggest money line I've taken in a while, but I took the minus 280. Any other back-to-backs I'm on today? UC Irvine, I took them yesterday at minus 15. They cover that pretty easily. I have them at 17 today. Yeah, so those are my back-to-backs. All right, let's look at the live lines because I'm not done live betting yet. And we got UConn. We got St. Joseph's and George Mason. That's going to be a game up here because I have a bet on that game already. I bet on St. Joseph's plus 3.5. So we'll have to keep that in mind. I like how this Houston Temple game's going though. They're scoring points. This total number is rising. You like to see that. I think what did I get in it? 125.5? Yeah. Auburn, South Carolina. Auburn's up by 9. But the line's down to minus 3.5 for Auburn, so it looks like I might have been a bit too quick on the trigger there. UConn's 8.5, so I'm on the wrong side of that new line. OU, you can get it. Like I said, I don't like the 3.5 there, even though I imagine I'm probably going to get on Oklahoma at some point. I just want it to be on the right side of 3.5. That's kind of like a key number in basketball, 3. Okay, George Mason, St. Joseph started, but I'm gonna wait. I don't like to place bets before the first media timeout. Man, look at all this green. You know why all this green makes me mad? Because, like I said, that tiered method I was talking about. That's the whole reason I shifted to a tier method, because I was tired of seeing all this green down here being higher than my plays, right? Because my plays are a lot more selective than these down here. But I was tired of seeing all this green down here every day, so that's why I shifted to the tier method. But last night it backfired on me. Last night this was all red, and had I just played my plays last night, I would have lost like half a unit, but I ended up losing about 6 because all this down here was just so the grass is not always greener. Okay, man, UConn's now 11.5. I might have been a bit too quick on the trigger there. We'll see. Like I said, Creighton fell apart the other night against Providence. Looking at totals right now, there's just not a lot there. Not a lot there on totals. They're all pretty much synced up with what's being offered live. Okay, Creighton and UConn totals interesting. You know what? They're not scoring a lot of points right now, but let's do it. Oh, wait, never mind. Nope. I was about to jump in at over 129.5, but then this number dropped to 131.6. No can do. That's not enough value. George Mason's already up 9-2, so that... Is there a... Well, it's not on the board right now. So Houston is now minus 22.5, so at least I'm on the right side of something. George Mason, St. Joseph's total 150.5. Ooh, but that should be 9-2. That's why it's... Yeah, this thing does not update quick. I'm guessing the live lines that Westgate puts out are like instant feeds, and this is like a minute or two to be fine. So really you have to wait for media timeouts to find your opportunities. Yeah, this still isn't updated. It's 11-2 now, and that still says 3-0. Okay, this number matches Kansas, Oklahoma, still at 3.5. 138.5 on the total. Nope. This is 13-18. I'm waiting to see if... Okay, 13-17, kind of. Okay, St. Joseph's is now 11-7, and this still says 3-0. Good job. Good job. Good job, API. Slowpoke API. Slowpoke. Okay, it's 11-9 now. St. Joseph's and George Mason. I just don't get why the API, like I use the same API that comes off the ESPN Score website, so I'm guessing it still says 3-0 on the ESPN API. Let's see. Yeah, that should be 34-15, and it was 28-15. Yeah, 6-0. Okay. It makes you wonder why it's so slow. It's on NBC Sports Network, which, by the way, is going off the air. It's like, okay, why is Westgate getting numbers so quick? Okay, now it's 6-0. Man. I might not have any opportunities to bet the George Mason St. Joseph's game. I mean, I'm guessing it's in a media timeout right now. But if it's going to be that far behind. The score should be 11-9. Okay. I don't think it was ever 11-0, so there just might be something wrong with the API feed in that particular game, because the score is never 11-0. It was 11-2 and it was 9-2, but it was never 11-0. I'm gonna wait for them to sort that out. See if we have any other opportunities. Okay, is Kansas on the right side of 2 and okay? OU is now off the board. UConn's now at 12.5. Might have jumped in a bit too soon there. Auburn's 6.5. That's right what we got in it. Another thing with the St. Joseph's game is, remember, I already have the 3.5 pregame bet, so I'm in no urgency to bet that game anyway. Total syncs up with this game. There might not be a total play in the Kansas-Oklahoma game live, because it just... Every time I've checked, it's pretty much matches. UConn Creighton total 132.8. They're offering 131.5. That might be another game we might not get a total bet down on. Auburn, South Carolina is 160.5. Yeah. there might not be any total opportunities in those games. Remember, though, we can bet second halves. I will bet second halves, just like I did last week. Can find some good numbers there. Yeah, it would be really tempting to, after that run I went on last week, live betting, it would be really tempting to be like, oh, wow, look at that run I went on. Let's live bet the hell out of games going for it. No, I didn't do that. I didn't live bet all week. You gotta realize that runs like that are not statistically improbable to happen that frequent. It's not that like I had any magic formula that was allowing me to hit 17 out of 20 totals. I didn't. It was just I went on a hot run, and it happens. But you can't get cocky. I think that's one of the pitfalls of betting on sports is that you'll have a run like that, and you're like, oh, I got it all figured out, and you just increase your unit sizes and get really aggressive, and you're going to regress to the mean. If you have a good model, you're not going to regress too far. You're going to regress to the mean no matter what. But if your model's good, you're still going to have opportunities to be profitable. You're just not going to be able to stay that profitable. Man, this Auburn total just keeps going up and up and up and up and up. It's now at 168.5. There might be an under opportunity there. Yeah. There's no way they're going to keep this pace up. It should be 43.30. They're offering 168.5. I'm looking at the under here once this updates. Okay, 165, 168.5. But I can't bet it right now. It's too close to halftime. I'm going to have to wait for the second half line. Yeah, they take it off when it gets under 3 minutes, I think. Okay, UConn, Creighton, the total being offered right now is 130.5. Yeah, that's not quite there. Okay, you're going to see Greensboro, Chattanooga's at halftime. I'll have to check the second half line. Okay, Kansas and Oklahoma is now a 1-point game. So remember I was saying if I make a bet in that game, it's probably going to be the but yeah, I can't bet it because it's too close to halftime. George Mason, St. Joe's, 13-9. Okay, it's getting closer. I would take the St. Joseph's plus 6.5. Not quite there, though. Not quite there. I'm going to need a little bit more out of George Mason. Okay, but the total is 147.5. Once you add the 2 points onto St. Joe's, it's going to be 150.5. There might be an under opportunity there. Maybe an under opportunity. Just got to get that number to update to 9. 146.5. Ooh. Like I said, I imagine when that number goes to 9, that's going to be like 150.4 or something like that, 150.3. So if it stays here at 156.5, I'll jump in on the under. I just want this number to update so I know exactly what this number is. Oh, man, this is going to be frustrating, isn't it? Slow API. Like, I wish there should be a way I should manually enter things in, but I don't want to do that right now. 145.5. I'm missing the boat here. Update to 9, you slowpoke. 144.5. Jeez, how the game's on NBC Sports. I can see what's going on in real time. What channel is NBC Sports? I don't think I've ever used it on this. Yeah, so I called Cox, and they gave me back the sports channels that I was already paying for. And they're like, whoops, we forgot. I'm like, oh, yeah, you forgot. I should have asked for a refund, but it's only like $10. I didn't want to. Where's NBC Sports at? I haven't found it yet. I'm in the sports section. Jeez, what channel is it? Did I scroll by it? That's the thing. I have too many channels. Like, they should only show me the channels I subscribe to, but instead they show me all these like ridiculous channels that I don't care about. Like, I wish there was just a way to get like the Spanish channels off, because I'm never gonna watch them. You know, isn't there like a way you can set up your own custom guide? I know I used to be able to do that on Dish Network when I had Dish. Like, you can only have the channels that you want to show up. Man, where is NBC Sports? That's another thing. It scrolls too slow, probably because there's so many dang channels in there. I've seen like everything but NBC Sports. You think it'd be right next to the golf channel because NBC owns the golf channel. Oh, man. Okay, there it is. It's like in a random... It's like in the Cartoon Network and Comedy Central area. No, there's a sports channel. All right, let's see. St. Joseph's and George Mason. Because I want to... I just want to know just how far behind it is. Okay, it's 16-9 now. And this is still... Okay, 16-7. That's close. It's in a media timeout because I have a commercial. I just want this game to sync up. Okay, I'm going to start looking at second halves. Because that game's just going to be a pain in the butt. I know it because of the API. All right, second half. We got 5 second halves up right now. Right state and IUPUI. -5. And 79. Houston Temple. We already have 2 bets on them. I'm not going to enter that in. Kansas, Oklahoma. We got Pick'em and 74.5. UConn and Creighton. Not there yet. Not halftime. That game's not halftime. That game's not halftime. This game is UNC Greensboro and UT Chattanooga. We got UNC Greensboro -3 and 75. James Madison, that one's not up. And where is Loyola, Maryland, and American? I'm guessing I have the wrong... yeah, that's in... I know why it's not there. I'll show you. American. That game's going to be at the bottom. Here we go. Is it here? Oh, I guess I don't have a... projection on that game. Yep, so, okay. Let's see if any of these second halves are going to be an option. Wright State at 19. If you don't have a bet on Wright State already, like I do, I'd bet Wright State at -5 in the second half. There's just nothing there. Kansas, Oklahoma wise spread. What about the total here? Nope. Total. Nope. UNC Greensboro, Chattanooga. Chattanooga, just not there. Yeah, there's nothing there for the second halves. Maybe for this total right here, the under under. I'm going to stay away. Yeah, there's just nothing there on the second halves. All right. All right. St. Joe's and George Mason is back. It's 18-9. Yeah, that still hasn't updated. It's still 16-7. That's just ridiculous. Makes you wonder why it's so slow. Like, what's going on with the API feed there? But yeah, I'm not going to be able to get anything down on that game. It's just not going to update quick enough. I'm really interested to see what this Auburn South Carolina second half total is going to be. Okay, 18-7. Yeah, I missed the boat on that total. I could have gone in at 146.5, but I was just waiting and waiting and waiting. And now it's at 139.5. Missed the boat. We know we missed the boat because we already missed the plane. It's 21-11, and it still says 18-7. That's just sad. Okay. Kent State and Toledo and James Madison and Northeastern should be coming up. Auburn, South Carolina should be coming up for a second half line. Man, St. Joseph sucks. Like, why are they so bad? Remember when they were a decent program? Like, getting rid of Phil Martelli. I don't know if they got rid of him or he retired. I think he retired. But they have just been terrible since he left. Okay, Kent State and Toledo's up. Toledo is one of those bets that my model is saying to make that wasn't like a play, but was a tiered play. And I'm kind of regretting that one because they're good. Toledo's good. They're probably going to win the MAC. And if they don't, they should be an at-large team. All right. James Madison Northeastern. 1. Northeastern was another one of those plays, tiered plays, that I had to pass on just because there's just too many. Okay, what do we got? All right, Toledo. Yeah, I'm going to jump in on Toledo. Absolutely. And the over. Toledo and the over. Going to jump in on those. Northeastern, yes sirree, but no total. All right, so 3 second half bets. We got Northeastern -1, and we got Toledo basically plus 0.5 and over 81.5. Let's do it. Bets I should have made in the first place. Oh, well, I'm getting good numbers. I don't mind. Man, you got to acquire my location though, don't you? Well, not Kent State. Or yeah. Once it acquires my location, I'll be able to get in on this. I'm gonna have to do the window thing again, aren't I? All right, I got in. All right, so we got over in the Kent State game. We got over 155.5. We got Toledo -7.5. It's a far cry from the 4 I could have got this morning. And -7 in Northeastern. That's not too far off from the -5 I could have got this morning. All right, awesome. Making progress here. All right, let's see if the George Mason game is caught up. Oh, what's the total now? What's the total now? Oh, 137.5. So I was going to jump in at 146.5 under, and I didn't because this API won't update. For this game only, though. Every other game is fine. Okay, there we go. Now it matches finally. And now the total right here is right in line with what's being offered. Isn't that great? Man, missed the boat big time there. Missed the boat big time. All right, Virginia Tech, Syracuse. Did we look at that one yet for the second half? Nope. Any other second halves? Auburn, South Carolina should be up now. Ooh, UConn's making a little rally. That's good. Okay. Let's see if the second half Auburn, South Carolina's up. Yes, Auburn +4. And total is 85.5. Yeah, I was really interested to see what that total is going to be. And Virginia Tech is up as well. We got -1. And the second half total is 77. So let's see what we got here. I think Auburn would definitely be a play, second half play, if I didn't already have a good number for them. Total, yeah, that's what I was looking for. I was looking for the under, and the under it will be. I told you, they're not going to keep up that pace in the second half. So under, live under of 184.5, that's ridiculous. And then Virginia Tech, Syracuse, Syracuse, I don't know. What do you guys think? Syracuse live at -5. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and get this under in the South Carolina game locked in, and then think about it. All right. So. Is it really 184.5? Yep. Like they were just not playing defense there. Yeah. Mine says just 180.9. All right. I'm going to think about the Virginia Tech game. I'm going to look at my metrics. See what the metrics say. So right now it says Syracuse is going to win by about 7. And they're offering Syracuse basically at -5. That's not the 3 that we're looking for. But I'm going to dive in. Which metrics are helping Virginia Tech? So if you just use those metrics right here, it's 2.5. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. What does the blender say? Because usually the blender is the most accurate metric, and it is again today. Like I said, missed the boat on that. Like I said, I think I would be far better off if I just blindly bet the blender every day. I really do, but I don't. I should just do it one day. Like, you know what? I'm going to bet the blender for a whole week. I'm just going to do nothing but bet the blender and see how I do. All right. What does the blender say about Virginia Tech, Syracuse? It says 2.3. You know what? I trust you, blender. I'm going to do what I say I should do and just trust the blender. Flat out trust the blender here. I'm putting my faith in you, blender. You've been my most accurate metric all year. You're a linear and logistic regression model right there that I use for you. All right. Syracuse, do not collapse like you have had a tendency to do this year in the second half. Do not collapse. You guys have been a second half collapsing team this year. You've either collapsed in the second half this year, or you've like made the other team collapse in the second half. That's what you've been this year. Okay, St. Joseph's is making a run, so let's check the live line. It does not come close to. It's 23-18, by the way, and this is 21-15. Kansas, Oklahoma's back. Second half has started, and Kansas is up. I'm glad I did not take that Oklahoma minus 3.5 like I was tempted to. See, that's why you got to wait for your number. That's why you got to wait for your number. Okay. I really missed the boat on the total in that St. Joseph's game. Any other games at halftime? UConn Creighton's at halftime now. I'm going to see what the second half line is on that. Even though I know I'm already down on UConn. It's UConn plus 5. And total is 73. So the play would definitely be UConn, but I already have a better number than that. Total, just nothing there on total. This is 25-20, so it's being slow again. Yeah, so disappointing. I might just have to wait for a second half line in that game if I'm ever going to get down on it. All right, I'm going to pay attention to this Oklahoma game. So I'm showing 34-33 in that game. Okay, we got no value there. That's right. They're offering 1.5, and that's right what it's at. Total. There's the live lines that they're offering in the Kansas Oklahoma game are matching exactly what my model is saying. Like every time I check, so I just might not be able to get anything down there. Okay, this matches 138.5, right in line. St. Joseph's plus 9.5. I don't know why St. Joseph's so bad. Look at that. They've won one game against Albany. They're just not a good team. And it's not like they have bad players. Taylor Funk's back. I don't know if Rylan Daly's been playing though. That might be the reason. Yeah, he hasn't been playing since. But even they're still losing with him. But they lost to Auburn by 5. That's not bad. But Drexel, you can't lose to Drexel. It's not like they were winning with him. But he was one of their best players. Who's their coach? Isn't he like a former NBA assistant? I need to put the name of the coaches on the team pages. I should do that because I have the database. And they're 0-6 and 1-11. Okay, Billy Lang. Okay, he coached at Navy for 7 years and was really not that good. But I want to say he was like an assistant with the Philadelphia 76ers for a while. Yeah, he went 6-26 last year. He started 1-11 this year. I mean, they got rid of Phil Martelli for this. What was Phil Martelli's last year? What did they do? Okay, they were 14-19, so they were trending down. They had 3 straight losing seasons after they made the tournament in 16. But this Billy Lang guy has not done them any good. But it seems like my model's been betting on St. Joseph's like every game this year for whatever reason. Okay, now I'm looking at the over in the St. Joe's game. We'll see. Not anymore. As soon as I said that, it merged. Okay, Kansas, Oklahoma. Okay, for the first time in a while, the total is not synced with what my model has. I'm going to turn that game back on just to make sure, because I might be playing the under here in the Kansas game. I just want to make sure it's an immediate timeout. All right, yeah, I'm gonna pull the trigger on the under 133.5 in Kansas, Oklahoma. All right, I'm in. This should be 28-22. 30-22 now. This is what I like to see right here. This game, I have it as an under, and it's 4-3 at the first immediate timeout. That's what you want to see when you have an under bet. Man, I just, like I said, it's not like I had a lot of opportunities in this George Mason game, but it just doesn't like to match. The API is just too slow. Okay, now it matches. 137.5 is right what this total is being offered. No spreads being offered. KU Oklahoma's 34-37, which matches. You can get Oklahoma at minus 1.5. I mean, that was the number I was looking for earlier. If you think Oklahoma's going to win, I mean, you can you get them at plus money, though? That's the question. Can you get them at plus money? Oh, you just had the chance right there. For a brief moment, it was plus 0.5, but it went back to 1.5. I think I'm gonna wait to get Oklahoma at plus money. That's what I'm looking for here. Man, and then right when I say that, Oklahoma goes up by 5. So maybe I should have gone in at the minus 1.5. Like that's kind of the question you need to ask. Do you think Oklahoma's going to win? If you do, then see now they're back to minus 3.5, the number I was trying to avoid. Okay, now they're minus 1.5. Do I take it? Do I take Oklahoma minus 1.5? That's the question. I mean, it's like, let's make a deal. Oh, yeah, I could hold out. I could hold out for like an 0.5 or a plus, but it's just so difficult. That's literally what this is. It's let's make a deal. Not let's make a deal. Yeah, let's make a deal. Or what's the wall? Deal or no deal. That's okay. Okay, yeah, we're offering this now, but I mean, I was saying the entire first half I wanted Oklahoma to be on the other side of 3.5. They are right now, and I'm still hesitant. So it's like, okay, do I really have faith in Oklahoma? Remember what I said earlier? What does the blender say? Okay, now they're back to 3.5. Ay, ay, ay. What does the blender say? Well, let's find out. Blender had Oklahoma winning by about 0.7. Every other method, so that's pretty much the only method that was friendlier to, so the India is friendly to Kansas, team's friendly to Kansas, this one's friendly to Blender, this one's friendly to Oklahoma. So these three metrics are friendly to Oklahoma. I'm gonna keep waiting. I'm gonna be patient. We'll get there. I don't like how the pace is picked up in the Oklahoma game, though, because I placed the under bet there if we don't forget that. Oklahoma minus 2.5. Auburn's at 16.5 now, so at least I have something to hang my hat on. Just is my patience gonna backfire on me on this Oklahoma game? Shot clock violation. They're back to 3.5. I like to see a shot clock violation because, I have the under. And so, shot clock violation is not a bad thing in that regard. Okay, now Oklahoma's back to 2.5. Yeah, I just don't know. This game it's been too back and forth. Wheeling and dealing here on a Saturday morning here in Northwest Las Vegas. This should be 42-45. There we go. 2 point. That's right in line with what's being offered. Nothing there. All right. Gosh, it's still not feeling Oklahoma right now. Might have to just take the fact that we bet at the under there and leave it at that, because I don't know if there's going to be a spread opportunity. I just don't have the. Like I said, I'm going to have to see Oklahoma at a pick'em or plus money. I just don't trust the 1.5 or 2.5 or 3.5. Man, the pace in this Auburn game is not slowing down. UConn's up now, so I feel good about all my live spread bets right now. I feel good about Houston. I feel good about that. I don't know about Toledo and Northeastern yet, or Syracuse, but at least the first three I made, I feel good. But the totals, all the totals are kind of, I don't know. I mean, the live total in the Kansas game is 134.5, so I mean that's not that far off. But the live total here is 186.5. The live total here, I don't think there is one, and here it's I have over here and it's 120.5, so that's not good. That game slowed down quite a bit. Can't win them all though. Toledo's not doing their job. What I have it as? Minus 7.5, yeah. That was kind of the theme of my second half bets last week. Yeah, I don't see myself getting down a total bet in this UConn game. Oh, Bam, I didn't see that super chat. I'm just now looking at the chat for the first time. I forgot about it. I've been so absorbed in this. Yeah, Andrew Potesta, yesterday was probably my worst day of the year. Like, I started off the night 0-10. That's like, when you start the night off 0-10, like, it's a hard hole to dig out of. Yeah, so when I'm doing these second half lines, I enter in what the second half line is, but I pretend like it's a live line. So like Toledo's what, like plus 0.5 for the second half, and they're up by 7 at halftime. So that translates to a live line of 7.5. So when I'm betting these second half lines, I'm betting what the second half line is. I'm just pretending like it's a live line. Yeah, Spencer Ricks, if you've been betting the blender the last few days, you're doing better than me. Like I said, I should just do that. I should just blind bet what the blender says. Because look at this. Look at this. 11-3. E. Hodge, the answer to that question, am I adjusting for player trends? Like if a player is getting more shots? Yeah, that's what weighting by, I weight the shot percentages. By most recent games get more weight. So technically, yes. My worst month every year has always been February. Although that doesn't really translate this year because the season started a few weeks later. But it's always February. That's like just weather the storm. I made the spreadsheet, Ryan Brown. Yeah, I knew I had to get up early this morning to do this, but I was kept up last night thinking about my baseball. Yeah, I'm already thinking about baseball. Like I won't even get started that until after March Madness, but like trying to I'm still gonna do the Monte Carlo, but I'm thinking about doing like a machine learning baseball model as well to go along with it. I agree, David Clark. The NBA is manipulated. That's why I don't bet it. All right. Any opportunities here? Okay, OU's at minus 1.5 now. I just can't with that game. I need to enter in the halftime line for St. Joseph's and George Mason. So so the second half line is George Mason minus 0.5, which is going to translate to a live line of 8.5 for George Mason, see? And then the total is 76, so that translates to a live total of 132. And my board says 132 and 8, so there's no value there. No value. Oklahoma's up by, okay, OU at plus money. OU at plus money. I finally see it, but does my model say there's value there? That's the question. Does the model say there's value with OU at plus money? Like, yeah, that's the number I wanted to see, but it's 50-49 right now. So add 2 onto that number, it's going to be Kansas 1.2. There's no value. There's no value at OU plus 1.5. None. Zip. I think the Auburn game slowed down a bit, though. That's good. Yeah, there's just no value. Yeah, you can. There's a reason that sportsbooks. I'm answering to you. Yoda's Chode. That's a funny name. Like, before I continue to talk about baseball, I'm going to talk about when I was at TCU and I would go to this bar restaurant called Buffalo Bros. On every Wednesday when I was at TCU, and they had the Buzz Time trivia there, and my name on that was Chode. So whenever they'd show the leaderboard, it would just be Chode, Chode, Chode. But anyway. There's a reason that books will limit you if you win at baseball. They fear baseball bets from people that, a book will never fear you if you want to bet on the NFL. They will always take your money. No matter how much they respect you as an NFL bettor, they will always take your money, but not baseball. It's just, if you followed me last summer, my baseball model. It showed promise, but there were some structural flaws in the Monte Carlo approach I had that I needed to fix. And I went on my 2.5-week road trip and moved, and so by the time I would have had time to fix it and everything, the season would have already been pretty much over. So I was like, you know what, I'm just going to shut it down and fix it in the off season. So once March Madness is over, I'll get on to that. Like I said, I'm still going to do my Monte Carlo baseball model, but I'm going to try to add a machine learning method as well. Because what I've learned here in basketball, like I have 6 different methods here, or 5, pretty much 5. Combos and average are the 5, but I have 5 different methods here. But I don't think I'll be able to do, like for example, in baseball, like the Indy, you won't be able to do like a team method in baseball, right? Because it's all based on the lineup and pitching for that day. So Indy is pretty much the Monte Carlo in baseball, and then Blender would be like kind of like the machine learning. ATM is more of like a cluster analysis type of model. I don't know if I would do that in baseball or not. We'll see. And I don't know. I just don't know if there's a way to do simple. Maybe it's like log 5, maybe. But yeah. So it might just be like 2, maybe 3 methods in baseball. OU's back to minus 2.5. I just fully expect this number to track what they're being offered from here on out. All right, Syracuse. That's what we want to see out of Syracuse. Toledo. That's not what we want to see out of Toledo, but that is what we want to see out of Northeastern. Oklahoma's back to 3.5. It's like, yeah, I had a chance to give them the plus money, but I didn't. Checking on the total. Like I said, the total of this Creighton-UConn game has pretty much tracked what my model has as well. It's 40 to 44, though, so that's not updating. I wonder how much the Westgate pays for a direct feed of live scores so they can like have it update as soon as possible. Meanwhile, I'm sitting over here like a chump and it's not updating. All right, yeah, the total, there's nothing there in the Creighton-UConn game. Like I can kind of do math. It's 40 to 44, so just add 2 points onto that, but maybe 1.5 points. No, I've never bet NHL. I've wanted to, but I haven't. And I've never bet UFC. I'm not a UFC guy. It's just not my thing. Like I like Dana White as a person and everything, but I just can't get into UFC. I remember when I was playing football at TCU, and after one of our games one day, we went to a restaurant after the game called Mama's Pizza. And they had UFC on the TV there where we were eating, and I just remember, this was like 13 years ago, but I just remember one of the fighters picking up another fighter by his feet and swinging his head into the side post like a sledgehammer, and his face busted open, and I was like, yeah, that's too violent for me. It's not like I'm opposed to violence or anything, but that's a little too barbaric and for me. I'm not hating on people who watch UFC, but I'd rather watch boxing, given the choice between the two. Okay. Gosh, I'm thinking about KU. Like, this number is going to keep tracking what my model has from here on out. So there's just no value. So I might as well just give up on it. Man, if you live bet the blender right, like I should have done, like I woke up this morning and I was honestly like, you know what I should do this morning? I should just bet whatever the blender says. I was probably actually going to do that. because I'm going to be honest with you. I set my keys to the Blender key at first. If I scrolled up, it might be covered out now because I had to redo some. Yeah, so you're not going to see it. But I originally set my keys to 3. I originally set them all to 3. But then I ran the key stripper. So I'm going to show you what happened when I did that. Let me just show you what I mean. ATS keys 3 tot keys equals 3. Because I did this earlier. I did this morning at like 7:30 in the morning. And then I run master key stripper 2. And I'll show you why I backed off. I will show you why I backed off. Because I was going to do it. Here's why. You're going to see right now. That's why. Look how many plays there are. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to make 131 bets. I just couldn't do that. Because my unit size would have to be if I stick to my principle of like bet no more than 20 to 25% of your bankroll in a single day. So between 131, that would be very small unit sizes. Yeah, my unit sizes would have been very small. And so, yeah, I actually like started to put these in. I actually started to like bet them on my app, and I made like the first 8, and I was like, yeah, I'm not going to do this. Like, this is the problem you have when your Blender is too good, is that it spits out on a day like Saturday. Like, if it was like a Monday where there's not that many games, yeah, absolutely. But on Saturday when there's 110 games, and you just can't. So that's why I have to be a little bit more picky. But I was totally going to do it, and I didn't. So that's why I didn't blind bet the Blender today. The only thing I don't factor in for my baseball model is umpires, but who knows? I might add that in this year. Is that Excel spreadsheet available anywhere? No. I mean, that's the thing. You would have to have everything set up exactly like I do. I mean, you would be able to access the API, but you'd have to have something that spits out. You'd have to have access to my model because it reads this, which is who knows how many columns long it is, a lot, and it reads this, which is shorter, but yeah, you would have to have access to my whole model to be able to use the spreadsheet properly. Oklahoma's now 4.5, and George Mason's back up. Yeah, I don't know if this Houston game's going to go over. Man, Toledo, I was singing your praises at halftime. What the hell, Toledo? What the hell? I was talking about how good you guys were at halftime. Look, here's why I like Toledo. I'm going to show you why. Here's why I like Toledo. Look at this. They're number 54 in my model. That's pretty good for a MAC team. This is why I like Toledo. They've only lost one conference game, and no shame in any of their non-conference losses. I mean, Xavier by 3, nothing wrong with that. Bradley, they're one of the better teams in the Missouri Valley, nothing wrong with that. But Toledo, I was singing your praises. I expected big things from you in the second half, and we're not getting that. Toledo, man. I mean, Kent State, they're not that good. I mean, they're probably the second best team in the MAC. So maybe they are decent, but yep. Didn't this guy play for Southern Illinois? Danny Pippin. I'm probably thinking about someone else. I'm going to check anyway, though. Only one way to find out. I'm a big college basketball stat nerd, so it's not always about the betting. Like my website isn't all about. It's also about being a stat nerd as well. No, it's KV on Pippen. I knew they had a guy whose last name was Pippen. All right. Yeah, there haven't been a lot of live betting opportunities in the past. It's been a while since we put one down. But there should be some games going to halftime pretty soon. George Mason is 36-29, and this still says halftime. So it looks like we're still going to be dealing with this. At least Wright State looks like they're going to get it done again today. Back-to-back wins with Wright State. They were one of my few wins yesterday. Wright State's the best team in the Horizon, and it's not. I need to make like a conference page so I can compare teams within a conference, but I'm pretty sure Wright State, there's no team in the Horizon League better than Wright State. Like, I have them at 63. There's no way there's any team higher than that. Yeah. Look at all these teams they played in the Horizon. The next best one's Cleveland State at 184. Like, Oakland could have been good, but they were screwed by not being allowed to have an preseason. This still says halftime. Joe's is making a run. Like, I'm not even going to place a bet on the spread. I'm just going to ride with the 3.5. I mean, I'm more concerned about what the total says. It's 38-32 now. So you can basically add 12 points onto that. But, you have to account for time that's passed as well. Man, the total of Auburn, South Carolina is now 191. I'm probably going to lose that bet. Yeah, this I'm just gonna start ignoring the George Mason game. It's like it just refuses to update. Syracuse, that's what I like to see. Syracuse. Too bad Toledo couldn't follow your lead. Remember, we took a chance on Syracuse. We took a chance. When you have an under bet in a game and you see that happen, that's pretty discouraging. So Kansas guy shoots a contested three and it bounced on the rim like 3 times and went in. Ugh. I don't know if this Kansas game's going to go under. Where is Creighton, Cincinnati? Where we stand there? Not Creighton, Cincinnati. Creighton, Connecticut. All right, at least a shot clock violation. I mean, I just don't see the Oklahoma game going under unless these two teams clamp down on defense here in the last 3 minutes. I don't feel good about any of my live totals right now. What do we have? Kent State, Toledo, over 150. Yeah, I don't. All my live totals are looking bad. And that was the opposite last Saturday when I couldn't lose one. I'll be lucky if I can win one of them. You know, Kent State and Toledo could go into overtime, but apart from that, my live totals are all, I'm on the wrong side of all four of them right now. Yeah, my model, total-wise, my model has not been doing good lately. It's really been spread bets where it's been doing well. So maybe I should shift away from betting live totals. What I have? I mean, it's not like this one's dead in the water. It's 187.5 right now. Yeah, I need 20 points in 4 minutes in this game for it to go over, and I just don't see that happening. All right, 2 questions. Why is St. Joseph's so bad, and why does my model keep picking them? It feels like I'm always betting on them, and they're never covering. This one hasn't even updated. No, I do not. So home advantage, there's 3 ways you can do it. I honestly use a national average this year. You could do it by conference because I want to say I showed it on a live stream, but I did calculate home advantage by conference, and yes, the Big Ten has one of the highest home advantages. But here's the issue. The Summit League actually had the highest home advantage, so I just felt like there's no justification to say why the Summit League has such a high home advantage compared to like other leagues. So I think I was like, you know what, it's probably safer to go with just a national home advantage number. Because yeah, the Big Ten was higher. And then you could also do it by team, but the problem with doing it by team is that the sample size is too low. So I just play it safe with the national number. Especially in a year like this when there's really no true home advantage for most teams. Can I recommend a place, the best place to start learning about building a model this caliber? Gosh, it's a process. It's a process. I mean, I've been doing this for, 8 or 9 years now. It's really just like building a model is all about trial and error. Start simple and work from there. Don't try to like create an ultra complex model right off the bat. You got to learn the basics and slowly progress from there. The book Basketball on Paper is good though. Learn how Ken Pomeroy operates his web. If you're trying to do a basketball one, learn how Ken Pomeroy operates his website. He has a blog post called National Efficiency. Search for it and read it. But then it's just about trial and error. Like baseball, like read Bill James's stuff. Learn how to do Monte Carlo simulations. Learn how to do linear and logistic regressions. Does my live betting model factor foul trouble? No, it does not. It doesn't factor any game stats. It just factors in the score and the time. Yeah, St. Joseph's. I mean, for as bad as they are, their rating is they're still ranked like in the hundreds. 187. I mean, you think that a team that's 111 would be worse than that? But they only have 3 positive game scores all year. I mean, they just played George Mason the other night, and they only lost by 2. So, yeah, this Oklahoma game's going to go over. They're just not playing defense. Okay, they just added 3 games into the live betting roster. 4 games. Maryland, Minnesota, SMU, UCF, Florida, Georgia. Oh, they just added another one. NC State, North Carolina. Yeah, so 4 live games coming up at the top of the hour. Creighton and Connecticut. $135.6. That's right in line with what I got. I already have a bet on the spread. Has this game updated yet? Yeah, it has. But there's just nothing there. It matches word for word what my model has. No value. Toledo. Can Toledo close it out? Can Toledo close it out? It's not going to go over unless there's a free throw fest here at the end. But can Toledo close it out? Yeah, I might have to pump the brake betting totals live. Because it looks like I'm going to be 0 for 4 on them all. I mean, maybe the Auburn game might go under. Maybe. All right, Drexel and William & Mary is at halftime. So we got a few games at halftime right now that I can enter in some second halves. Arkansas Vanderbilt. I already have a bet on that game, the over, and that's looking good. So what does the spread say? All right, so Arkansas, no, over. I would recommend betting the second half over if you haven't, but I see no value. I mean, the blenders, if you just trust what the blender says, no, I would want that number to be 2.5 though. So yeah, nothing there unless, if you haven't bet the over already in this game, I would go ahead and do it. The second half over in Arkansas Vanderbilt. Yeah, I'm going to need a miracle for this Oklahoma game to go under. It's not going to. There's going to be too many fouls down the stretch. All right, there's the foul. So I'm going to need a ton of missed free throws. Yeah, there's like a 1% chance of that game going under. Geez, South Carolina, why is their defense so bad? They're 52. I thought Frank Martin was a defensive coach. I mean, they're 52nd, so I mean, it's not like my model says they have a bad defense. But geez, they must have somebody hurt or something like that. Like one of their high defensive rating guys are out. But what's Auburn's offensive efficiency rating? 61. See, I mean, I'm surprised. All right, Drexel and William Mary, second half is up. Got 72.5. Nothing there on the spread, nothing there on the total. So Delaware, UNC, Wilmington, and it should be coming up soon, as well as Norfolk State and Coppin State. All right, we can start grading some of these. This is a loss. Toledo. Ugh. I'm going to get a double spanking in that game. Yeah, I don't see this game going under. I'm going to go ahead and grade Syracuse as a win. I'm also going to grade Auburn as a win. Houston's going to come down to the wire. That's going to be real interesting to see how that turns out. I'm going to turn that game on. Okay, it must have ended because it's in a commercial. Okay, Houston won barely. I won that one by half a point. But it didn't go over. How's UConn doing? My hope for this game is for it to go into overtime so I can at least win the over. But yeah, I'm not going to get either of those, it looks like. All right, Delaware, UNC, Wilmington. Did I put that one in? Nope. Man, it looks like I made the wrong choice by passing on Oklahoma earlier because they're going to probably win by that 3.5. I would recommend an under bet on the Norfolk State, Coppin State second half, but I already have an under bet on the game. I'm going to go ahead and place a bet on the under in Delaware, UNC, Wilmington, second half. I know I said I'm going to lay off on totals, but I should regress to the mean here. Ooh, St. Joseph's is making a rally. That's what I want to see. I'm tired of getting burned by them. Although I want to say I played them the other night when they played George Mason and they did cover, so maybe I didn't get burned by them. That UConn game's going to come down to the wire. Yeah, there's no way that game's going under. Looks like Northeastern's going to hang on. Man, No, I didn't bet. I already have a bet on the over in the Arkansas game, so I didn't. But I recommended it if you don't, because I already have a bet on over 153. But if you don't, I recommend it. The over, second half over. Yeah, I'm glad I bet Syracuse. Remember, I was waffling on Syracuse, and I was like, let's trust the blender. So Syracuse came through. All right, I actually got this. Actually changed to 150 when I was placing it. So, all right. Ooh-wee. I'm gonna close our studio, just because, my computer's kind of running slow. I was going to buy a new computer, but I'm gonna wait. Really, I mean, this computer is fine. It's just it's almost 3 years old now. Yeah, when in doubt, trust the blender. That's the good creed to live by. All right, I'm going to take a quick break to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Going to be losing some water weight today. Like, on days I don't go to the gym, which is usually Saturdays and Wednesdays, I don't eat a lot of carbs. So, like, if you saw me last Saturday, I ate that huge salad, or I'll eat, like, steak and eggs or something like that. But just to, like, flush out all the water weight I gain from the carbs I do eat on days I do work out. So it's weird. I weighed 164 on Thursday morning, right? The day after Wednesday where I didn't eat any carbs. And then this morning I'm weighing 173. So I've gained like 9 pounds of water in the last 2 days. It's ridiculous. So I'll be losing some water weight today. I'm going to eat another big salad today like I did last Saturday. Yeah, Auburn, South Carolina. I'm surprised that the second half was even more high scoring. Man, I just don't know if UConn's going to be able to cover that. I don't know what's going on in this game. All right, so Northeastern won. Has Auburn, South Carolina officially gone over? Yeah, it did. All right, so that's a loss. So I'm 4-3, but I have 3 likely losses staring me down the barrel right now. So on spreads, I'm 4-0 as far as graded ones. So it looks like the spread bets live this week are good. Like last week in totals, I was 17-4. I was actually 17-2 when I stopped the stream, and then I lost 2 after I signed off. But on live totals, I'm 0-3. I'm waiting to see what's going on with this Toledo game. Because if it goes into overtime, which I don't think it will, but you never know. Remember last Saturday we got the overtime we needed and it still didn't go over? That was one of my 2 total losses of the day. All right, any other halftimes? I'm going to turn this game on, St. Joe's and George Mason. Over 161.5 in the Vanderbilt game? I would. Yeah. All right, St. Joseph's has a chance to tie it up. Wow. Remember when I was going to take St. Joseph's under 144? And I didn't, and now my model's saying 125. Man, it's like I have missed the boat so much today. I need to play that Modest Mouse song. All right, a lot of live games coming up. We got SMU and UCF, NC State and North Carolina, Baylor, Oklahoma State, Florida, Georgia, and Minnesota, Maryland. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and jump in on the under in the St. Joseph's game. Or not. As soon as I said that, they just got an and one for George Mason. So I already have a bet on UCF in that game. That's going to be a live option. All right, it's 130.5. Once this number updates, I might jump in on the under anyway. Remember, it's a slow game. Update, you fool. I did not get a lot of sleep last night. I mean, I tried to go to bed early because I knew I was going to get up early to do this, but like I said, I couldn't stop thinking about my baseball model. Like how it's going to work and everything. Okay. I missed the boat on 130.5 in the St. Joseph's game. It sucks. Like the slow API has literally cost me opportunity after opportunity in that game. Yeah, Maryland's at 5-2. I'm gonna wait though. I don't like I've found that the best opportunities live betting is usually kind of early, rather than late. But still, still probably too early. Where's Toledo? That game go final, so I can grade it as a loss finally. They had the odds wrong on this game, Montana and Sacramento State. They had the wrong odds this morning. They were offering Montana plus 11.5, but they canceled it. I bet it on the app, but they voided it. It was really Montana minus 2.5, but you could have got it at 11.5 plus 11.5, which I did. You know, I was like, I knew they were going to void it anyway, but I thought I might as well try. It was a mistake on their end. Update. All right, St. Joe's. Maybe not getting in the under is a good thing because they scored 5 points since it's 51-49 now. It's sad that they went through an entire media timeout and that API still is not updated. All right, I need to start looking at some of these live opportunities. They're all kind of scattered right now. It takes a while for them to get into order. Maryland, Minnesota. I'm showing 8-2. Minus. I can get Maryland plus 2.5 right now. There's no value there yet. NC State, North Carolina. I don't think UConn's going to cover that 7.5 that we have. Man, just when St. Joseph's tied it up, George Mason goes on their run. All right. All right, so this game's fine. I can finally grade those two as losses. Yeah, I think UConn's dead in the water. Yeah, that's kind of what you look for when you're betting live. You look for like the early lopsided results that might skew things a little bit in your favor to get a better number. There might be an over opportunity in this game, but I'm going to hold off for now. There's also an over opportunity in this game. I see a lot of over opportunities. I mean, it was overs where I made my bones last week. Yeah, I'm going to go over on this game. Man, UConn's down by 8. Might be a half-point loss there. It's still too early. Is that game on TV so I can watch the end of it? It's probably on Fox Sports 1, I would guess. Yeah, no, it's on regular Fox. So yeah, I'm going to tune in the end of the UConn game. What sport do I have the most success in? I mean, it's college basketball. As far as like total units won over the past few years, it's college basketball. College football would be second, and then baseball. I didn't have a successful baseball season this past summer. All right, UConn. I just need you to come through for me here. All right. Baylor. Where's Maryland at? Maryland, here they are. All right, UConn's down by 7. The question is, can they win the war of foul attrition here? All right, at what point do I jump in on Minnesota? Or will the play be Maryland? If I make a play in that game, it's probably going to be Minnesota. I'm thinking about jumping in on North Carolina here in a bit. Yeah, North Carolina minus 7.5. Let's do it. It was like line change from 7.5 to 7.5. And I'm like, no, that's not a change. Yeah, that's where I found my most success live betting spreads is by betting what I call runaway favorites. Like North Carolina, you know. Get a team that's going to win by a lot, like before they're up by a lot. Maryland's up 17-3. I mean, at what point does Minnesota become a play? Because like I said, I imagine if I make a play in that game, it's going to be Minnesota. Because all of my metrics have Minnesota. But you can only get them at 5.5 right now. I just don't. I would imagine this is going to say 7 once it updates to 17-3. Just not enough value there. At 7.8, 5.5, 2.3. That's not the number I need. UConn. Got to make a shot here. Nope. Get in there. You missed a wide open shot at the buzzer and it loses by half a point. He missed a wide open shot at the buzzer and it lost by half a point. That sucks. He had a wide open look at the buzzer and missed it. Not only did he miss a wide open look at the buzzer, they missed 3 shots in that possession. They got 2 offensive rebounds. And the last guy offensive rebounded it right there. Nobody within 10 feet of him. What game should I turn on? NC State, North Carolina it is. Florida, Georgia. So does the ACC not allow any fans at all? No, they do, because I saw fans at the Louisville game the other night. I'm guessing that's just a North Carolina thing. Yeah, I bet Florida State live. That's like one of the only live bets I've made in the past week, is I bet Florida State live the other night at plus money, and they ended up winning by 18. Florida. I'm looking into Florida right now. Looking at Florida. Going to play Florida at minus 3.5. Get in there. Get in there, Florida. Yes, I'm in. I'm going to check on Delaware and UNC Wilmington. All right. Like to see that number where it is. LaSalle and Richmond and Providence Villanova are 2 games added to the live betting roster. Are there any games at halftime? No. All right. Baylor and Oklahoma State. We got burned last week when we bet on Texas Tech in the same situation last week. Oklahoma State at Texas Tech, they are not, but we can get Oklahoma State at 9.5 right now. I'm interested to see what happens when this changes to 9, though. 6.2, 9.5. I mean, that's the 3 we're looking for. Do we want to take it? We got burned last week, though, going against Baylor. 9.5. Let's do it. I mean, the number's there. The number we're looking for is there, so you got to jump on it. So what does the blender say? The blender says Oklahoma State, so. All right, we're in. But we got burned last week on Texas Tech. Same situation. I think we took, Texas Tech at 7 or 8, and they did not cover it. Yeah, I think St. Joseph's is dead in the water. What a disappointing program. I don't know what happened to Norfolk State. I mean, that's supposedly the best team in the MEAC, I think. It's either them or... I mean, they're 247. I mean, I don't think... North Carolina Central's higher, yeah. So North Carolina Central's higher, but they're the number 2 MEAC team. And they're playing Coppin State, who's all the way down here, 319. Ralph Michaels, like when I was on Twitter, I'm not anymore, but when I was on Twitter, I'd see people retweet his garbage all the time, and I'm like, oh god. The live line of Minnesota and Maryland right now is 3.5, minus 3.5 in favor of Maryland. What I do full time, I'm a data scientist. Weber State, I don't have anything live on them. Yeah, you can bet my selections. I mean, that's why I have my website up, you know. Minnesota was up to 2.5 now. They were 5.5 not too long ago, but it wasn't the number I was looking for. But if you have the ability to bet Weber State live, I wouldn't. Whoever was asking about the Arkansas Vanderbilt live over earlier, I hope you got on that. I actually believe the value has shifted back to Maryland. All right. Are there any total opportunities right now? SMU UCF might be an option for an over bet. I'm going to keep tabs on that. North Carolina, NC State. If anything, that'll be an under bet. But not quite the number I need yet. Baylor, Oklahoma State. That's no value there. Florida and Georgia. We already have an over bet there. Maryland, Minnesota. An under opportunity. maybe. Are they not playing defense in the Wilmington game? Oh, yeah. I mean, the total's gone down. As long as it stays under 150, I'm good. Oh, man. I said I was going to revisit the total here. Not anymore. Missed the boat. My hesitation cost me. Man, all the totals are pretty sharp right now. I'm looking at the under in the North Carolina game, but it's just not quite there. There's a couple unders I'm looking at right now: Maryland and Minnesota, and North Carolina State and North Carolina. Actually, no, I'm not looking at the under in that game. In Maryland, Minnesota, I'm actually looking at the over. It's just not quite there. Tormented right now, I'm looking at usually around 2.5 to 3 points. It kind of depends, though. I'll pull triggers on 2.5 if the blender agrees. But anything over 3, I've been playing today regardless. But 2.5, I'll make an exception if the blender is there. Oh, I had a chance there for the over in Maryland, Minnesota, but my finger wasn't fast enough. Under. Baylor, Oklahoma State. Are we going to go an over bet there? Baylor, Oklahoma State. Are they in a media timeout? Got to be fast. Got to be. If they're in a media timeout, I'm going to play the over in the Baylor game. They are. Let's do it. Over Baylor game. Hopefully the line didn't change. Got to do this again. Got in. I got a good number, too. I believe I got a good number. I'm still eyeballing the under in the NC State game. Yeah, Maryland could run out of steam. You know, I had a chance to get Minnesota earlier at a good price. Passed it up. Starting to look at Maryland. I'm starting to look at Maryland. They're almost there. When I say almost there, I mean they're almost to the keys I'm looking for. Just got to wait for the number. I don't like seeing this game, the green arrow in this game. I think we can stick a fork in Norfolk State. What a disappointment. The pendulum shift back to Minnesota now. Have they got it figured out? Yeah. The live line is Maryland plus 3.5, so I mean, it's that Minnesota plus 5.5 earlier is looking looking a lot like a missed boat opportunity. Did I play the over in the SMU game yet? I am now. Over 132.5, go. Why does it always have to acquire my location? There should be a way for the app to realize, hey, this phone has not moved in the last however many hours, so stop checking location. All right. So I got in that. How is that under looking in the NC State game? Not quite there. It's almost there, but not quite. I would not be surprised if I end up placing a bet on the under in that game at some point. Yeah, the location authorization. I still need to sign up for the BetMGM app. I haven't done it yet. Do you live in Nevada, David Lanigan? LaSalle and Richmond. Where's that game at? Probably all the way down here. Ah, got it. I was asking just because like I know, I'm pretty sure all the daily fantasy apps are banned in Nevada, which includes FanDuel. All right, looks like this Delaware game slowed down just a little bit. I just hope it doesn't go into overtime. Gosh, this live line in the Maryland game is so interesting. Like 1 minute it looks like my model's getting close to saying Maryland, and another minute it's getting close to Minnesota. It's just can't make up its mind. Halftime. Start looking at some of these second half lines. Nothing in that game. I'm surprised Ohio's not a part of my BetMGM sponsorship. If it's legal in Ohio, why not? I might be close to an over bet in this Providence game. I just wonder if it's too early. But I'm going to go ahead and jump on that. It's not too early. I just think, you can get 6 points off what the actual total is. I think that's a steal. So you can't actually use BetMGM within the state of Ohio. I got it. No. The answer to that question, selling England by the pound, no. It's going to stay a state issue. Now we got some more games at halftime. Towson and Hofstra. My model's always betting on Towson for whatever reason. I mean, I'm not complaining right now. They're covering. But I feel like every time I'm betting Towson. Every day they play. San Jose State is really bad, but they might have like the best player in the country who's on a really bad team. His name is, I think, David Washington. Yeah, Towson. If you guys don't have a bet on Towson already, like I do, I would bet them live or the second half line. I'm gonna bet the under in the San Jose State game, second half, under 75.5. Yeah, I told you Arkansas was gonna go over. All right, I was waiting for this total, NC State, North Carolina, because I want to play the under, but I just want to make sure that the math adds up. Oh, man. It's my metrics don't agree. So the blender and the ATM, those have been the two most accurate against the spread, I think. Or on totals. Blender's been most accurate on totals, and then the ATM is number 2. So if you follow the blender ATM, it's under. But then you got the Indy that's saying no, and the team that's saying no. But those aren't as accurate. Simple and combo. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and play the under in the North Carolina game. Under 80.5 in the second half. Well, now it's under 80, but I'm still gonna play it. Lots of half times right now. Yeah, and I'm glad you did because I get that's they don't necessarily pay me that much to do the advertisement itself. They really pay me when someone signs up. So I really appreciate you signing up through my link. Yeah, I was very picky when it came to advertisers. I get approached by advertisers every day, and I reject pretty much all of them. But I'm very pro legal United States sportsbook, so that's why I went ahead and did them. Holy Cross, that was a bet. My model was on Holy Cross this morning when they were plus 1.5. But then when I tried to bet it, they were -1, so I took them off, and I'm glad because they're down by 14 at halftime. You can't just be like, oh, it's just a point here or there. It'll add up over time. You got to stick with your numbers. Ooh, look at this over right here in the Weber State game. I'm already on it. I'm not, but yeah, over in Weber State game is going to be definitely be one. Northern Colorado, if you're not on it. I'm already on Northern Colorado, but if you're not, I recommend their second half line. The total over. Not quite. All right, Lehigh and Holy Cross. Nothing there. So it's just going to be the over in the Weber State game. But like I said, if you haven't already bet Northern Colorado, I'd play their second half line. But I'm going to bet over in the Weber State game, second half over. Let's check and see how Delaware is doing that game. Gosh, what a total letdown. Norfolk State. I mean, just that didn't even show up. Oh yeah, that game's definitely heading towards the under as long as it doesn't go into overtime. The live under we placed. What's the current total here? 136 with 3:42 to go. That's going to be very. I mean, I could see Coppin State really slowing it down, but that's not their style. They are number one in pace. Coppin State is number one in pace. I'll show you. So if we want them to slow it down, we're going to have to trust them to go against their instincts to play fast. Where's Coppin State on here? They're probably at the bottom because they were an extra game. Yeah. Look at that. They're number one in tempo. Coppin State. So I grabbed Oklahoma State at plus 9.5. So if you get Baylor at +1, I don't think there's value there. I mean, I ultimately think Baylor is going to win, yes. But that's just a gut thing and not based on any hard numbers. Actually, Baylor +1, a little bit of value. Maybe like a point of value. Jeez, I can't keep up with these halftime games. Like every game's going into halftime right now. Marshall, Florida Internationals won. SMU, UCF. Montana State, Northern Arizona. Whoops, I entered in the wrong total there. Whoops. I entered in Montana's instead. It's actually -4 and whoops, jeez. I'm going to have to delete those. So they're like right on top of each other, Montana State and Montana in the second half line. So I looked at the wrong one. So now I'm going to enter in Montana's. That is a low total. But I know both teams play very slow, Montana and Sac State. Stony Brook and New Jersey Tech. Where are they? Here they are. All right, let's see if there's any second half lines that I just entered in that look good. I already have a bet on UCF, but they would be the play if you don't. I already have a bet on the over. That would be the play if you don't. Marshall. I don't like any of it. Montana State. No. Over in the Montana State game. Not quite. Sac State, no. Stony Brook. Yeah, there's nothing there. All those second halves I just entered in, there's nothing there. All right, where's that Delaware State? Delaware UNC Wilmington game. If it turns into a free throw fest, we're screwed. And that's what looks like that's what's happening, but probably not enough to get it over 150.5 or 150. In 3 seconds, yeah, I don't see, unless there's like a technical foul or something, and that has happened before. Never assume that just because, there's only 3 seconds left and it's a 5-point margin. I have seen technical fouls at the end of games cause games to go over before, and it's it can happen. I don't think I ever got a bet down in the Maryland game. And its second half line just came up. $5.5 and 76.5. Baylor, Oklahoma State. Baylor is -8 for the second half, and the total is 77. So I already feel like I have a good position on Oklahoma State. Did I place a bet on the over in this game yet? Well, I'm not going to, but no, I didn't. I do have an over already in the Baylor game. All right, Providence and Villanova, and then LaSalle and Richmond. Yeah, I think that over bet I placed in the Providence game, I don't know about that one anymore. They're not scoring any points. LaSalle and Richmond are, though. Delaware won. All right, that's good. Total. Jeez, that Providence Villanova total. What did I take it at? 132.5. So I'm not that dead in the water yet, but geez, they are not scoring in that game. I'm going to go ahead. Actually, hold on. I'm looking at Providence, but I just want to make sure I feel good about it first. Nah, yeah, what does the blender say? What does the blender say? Providence of Villanova. The blender says Villanova. Yeah, so nope. Not yet. Looking at that Villanova line. Go ahead and grade that. I'm finally on the board on totals. On live totals, finally got one. Okay, 1, 5. I mean, I feel good about the Florida-Georgia over. I feel good about North Carolina. I don't know about Florida yet. They're up by 3 at halftime, so that's not bad. I do feel good about the Oklahoma State position right there. The total is what it is. What's my current total projection for that game? Uh, 147. Oh, yeah, so I feel good about that. UCF and SMU, what's my current total projection there? 142, yeah, that's not bad. Don't feel good about that one. Too early to say there. Too early to say on these three. So, yeah, I think the tide might be turning on live bets. Yeah, Delaware second half under hit. Oh, man, what's going to happen here? Will Coppin State not be Coppin State and run the clock? I don't think they will. I think they're going to keep running their pace, but might fall just short. Clemson, Florida State just got added to the live list. Jeez. I'm going to follow this Coppin State game. Because that's the thing. Coppin State is the fastest paced team in the country, so I need them to slow it down for the last minute for my under to hit there. I don't like to see that. I don't like to see free throws. Okay, this game's going under unless I have a little mini miracle here. What's my number? 148.5, and it's at 147. Man. So what I need here is I need Coppin State to run the clock down on this next possession. Hopefully they do. And then I need Norfolk State to come up empty on the possession after that, and then it'll go under. Otherwise, it won't. Well, Coppin State has a white guy on their team. I say that only because it's a HBCU. That guy looks white to me. Yeah. Still interested in this Villanova line. Providence, 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 Providence it is. Providence 9.5. Oh, it changed to 8.5. Never mind. Dang it. Had a chance there. I was going to take it at 9.5, but then it changed to 8.5 when I clicked it. Man, this pace is way too... I already feel like my North Carolina under is dead second half. They're scoring points in bunches. Oh, no. Dang it. Oh, well. It is what it is. Providence, 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 8.5. Grab it, grab it, grab it. 8.5 Providence, 8.5 Providence. Get in, get in, get in, get in. All right, I'm in. Providence, 8.5. Yeah, they're scoring points way too fast in the North Carolina game for my liking. What do I have it at? Under 156.5? Yeah. Yikes. And the total in the Providence game is now down to 122. Because neither team can score. Where's Clemson, Florida State at? Florida State's been a good live betting team lately. I've won with them. LaSalle, Richmond. I feel like I can get Richmond at a good number. LaSalle's up by 2. So if Richmond's going to be our team, might as well take them now. No, there's no value there. If anything, there's value on LaSalle. No defense. Both teams have scored 20 points combined in the first 4 minutes of the second half in the NC State game. So much for that under bet. That was an incredible block by North Carolina, if anyone's watching it. Man, I could have got Florida State at minus 5.5 a couple minutes ago, and I passed. It's still too early. I'm sure. I don't know. HBCU, historically black college, so like mainly, uh, a majority of their student population is black. They are not 24 total points within the first 12 minutes of that game. I'm going to take Florida State minus 9.5. I can't get the line's changing too fast in the Florida State game. I can't get it down. I got in at 10.5. I mean, it's not the best number, but like as Florida State's been consistent lately, so I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. All right, they're actually picking up the pace in the Providence game. Do I have a bet on either side in the Maryland game? I don't think I do. Nope. How's it looking right now? 38 to 30. Still says halftime here. Yeah, I feel good about the 10 point. Like I said, Florida State's been very consistent. I'm glad I got in at Providence, though, because they're up by 7 now, and I got plus 8.5. Interested in the LaSalle. I haven't seen any value yet on either side in the LaSalle game. Richmond, Richmond, Richmond. Um, I mean, I have it at where is it? I have it at 138 right now, so no value there, Donald. Wait to see if you can get a better number. These lines are very sharp right now. Are there any half times? I think Albany and New Hampshire is about to go into the half. Let me look. Nope, not yet. Donald, I do recommend getting in at Florida State, the live spread, though, if you can get it under 10. Personal recommendation. All right, Baylor's taking the lead, so I told you that I don't think Oklahoma State's going to win that game, but Baylor's a second half team. They were losing to TCU a couple weeks ago as well at halftime and ended up winning by 18. So Baylor is a second half team. I'm still surprised I have not made any move on this Maryland game yet. Let's see. What does the blender say? It says Minnesota. Oklahoma State's back ahead. That game, I don't know. I don't know if I should turn it on or not. I have North Carolina on right now. Dennis, I live in Las Vegas. That's where I'm currently living. Where is Baylor and Oklahoma State even on TV? Is it on ESPN Plus? I guarantee you it's on ESPN Plus. Where's it's on CBS. Well, I didn't think that would be a CBS game. I'm gonna turn that on. No, I left San Diego in August. I went back to get my stuff in January. All right, Oklahoma State up by 3. If New Mexico loses to San Jose State, I don't see how Paul Weir can keep his job. Here's why you can't be losing to San Jose State. They are number 337. They are a bottom 10 team in the country, according to my model. They have not won a game. But they have a player named Richard Washington who's very good. Like, look at his stats compared to everybody else. Like, he has all the green and everybody else is red. This guy's a stud. He only scored 3 points the other night, but he scored 35 against Colorado State. Ooh, Holy Cross rallied. They're only down by 3. So maybe passing on that play was not a good idea. Man, UCF is falling apart. They were looking good in the first half, but they're starting to lose steam. Has anybody got the Papa John stuffed crust yet? Because I'm seeing their commercials all the time. I've eaten healthy for the past 3 weeks, so I wouldn't know. I'm going to Lake Tahoe next week, so not this upcoming week, but I'm leaving next Sunday. So I'll probably stop eating healthy at least for those few days. The Baylor over. Let's look. I have it 144.8 right now. We have it at 138.5, so that's not bad. North Carolina, I'm a little bit more skeptical just because they were scoring a lot of points at first. I have it at 159.3, so that's not looking good right now. Yeah, I figured if you're going to get stuffed crust pizza, you might as well go all the way and go to like a Chicago deep dish place. That's how I feel. Like for me, there's no point in getting stuffed crust pizza here in Las Vegas where I can just go to Giordano's, which is way better. I mean, I know it's a lot cheaper, Papa John's than Giordano's, but I don't eat pizza a lot. It's pretty rare, so if I'm going to do it, I might as well go all the way. I do feel bad for New Mexico, though. I do feel bad for them. Their governor doesn't let them play games in the state, so they have to play all their home games in Utah. I think that's BS. I'm still watching this Maryland Minnesota line like a hawk. I've been watching it the whole game, and there hasn't been anything there. Whoops. I don't know how that happened. Army and Navy, second half. Army, 0.5. Total is 71. Nope, I don't see anything of interest. Like maybe the over in the Army game. Nah, not enough there. It's been kind of quiet on the live betting front in the past 10 minutes or so. I mean, I like a lot of the positions I have right now. Unfortunately, you can't bet money lines on this app live. I can get them at 2.5, but the live lines have just been sharp the whole game. Actually, it's more tilted towards Maryland right now than Minnesota. I'm interested to see what this next update will say. It's probably going to be 5.5. Yeah, Maryland just went to 4.5, so. Kind of disappointing that UCF ran out of steam. I mean, it's not over, but they're looking a lot better in the second half. Yeah, I might be jumping on Maryland. No, the number just keeps going up for Maryland. Man, New Mexico. Ooh, that program is just fallen rock bottom if they end up losing this one, which they look like they're going to. Rock bottom. One of the great programs of the early part of the last decade. They were the best team in the Mountain West for 3 or 4 year stretch. Getting 3 seeds in the NCAA tournament. All right, I'm going to jump in on Maryland here at minus 5.5. Finally got the number I was looking for. I was thinking about taking him at 3.5 earlier. You know, hindsight's always 20/20, but like I said, I'm just waiting for my number. I'm in Maryland. Took long enough, right? Total's 130.5. What is it saying here? 120. Yeah, nothing there. Clemson, Florida State. That is right in line with the total. Baylor's back out in front. The NC State total's been dropping though. That's good. I'm gonna put this UCF game on. See if they can come through for me here. Let's see, they are down by 7 with 8 to go. Yeah, where is it at 6.5 at Andrew Potesta? Barstool. I read that they had a big handle. I heard that the Barstool book has become very popular. What state are you in that lets you use it? Oh, Towson. Remember they're up at halftime and now they're losing by 14. Awesome. Great job, Towson. You guys let me down last Saturday, too. Yep. Pennsylvania. Providence, Villanova, second half line is up. .5. Wow, that is a big number for Providence. That is a huge number. I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm gonna double dip on Providence there. Well, I already have them at 8.5. Geez, that is a double dip worthy line. But no, I'm going to hold the positive number I already have. A lot of red the past 3 days. I had a really good Wednesday, and then it's been a lot of red the past 3 days. All right, at least UCF is down by 6, so they're not dead yet. I thought I got them at 4, though. I'm pretty sure I got UCF at 4, not 3.5, because I put a bet on the circa. Oh, UCF just hit back-to-back threes. So they hit a 3, and then they stole the inbounds pass and hit another 3. Now they're only down by 3. But I'm pretty sure I got them at circa, because I bet them on circa. So let me check that. I'm pretty sure I got them at 4. Because I check the odds across my apps when I'm making bets and take the best available number. And I'm certain. Yeah, I have UCF plus 4 at circa, so keep that in mind. All these numbers right here are what I have on my website, not necessarily what I took. Yeah, I would take Providence second half plus 8, absolutely. I was thinking about double dipping on that one, but I already have a better number than that, so. But yeah, I absolutely would. Man, what got into Towson? There's your guy. Wide open 3 for UCF. Oh, he missed it. I hate when they miss those wide open threes. Oh, I'm looking for the Colonial Conference. All right, Towson, maybe they can make them come back here. They're only down by 8 now instead of 14. Towson, is it on TV? Is it on ESPN Plus? Nope. Yeah, 8.5. I would take that too. Yeah, here's what happened with Towson. They just flatlined about right here. Well, Hofstra pretty much went vertical. Looks like the NC State game slowed down big time. Maryland's at 9.5 now, so it looks like I made a good choice there. What's the total there? UCF's down by 4. Maryland, Minnesota total 120.5. Yeah, that total's been very sharp the entire game. LaSalle. They're almost there. LaSalle is almost there, but I passed. I could have got them at 7.5, and I didn't. I don't know if UCF has it, guys. All of them. I don't know if UCF has it. Oh no, North Carolina's falling apart. Not good. I wasn't even worried about the North Carolina game, and now they're falling apart and giving up points. LaSalle. Yeah. Yeah, there's just 3-point party in the UNC game. That'll crush an under anytime. And you can't forget, I have North Carolina minus 7.5, which was looking fun. They were up by like 16. I thought I was good. Man, I really want to take LaSalle, but I'm just not getting the number I want. I might be jumping on LaSalle. Nope. About to take LaSalle plus 6.5, and then it went to 5.5. My record today? Well, I'm 5-6 live, and I'm 4-6 overall. LaSalle. Ooh, Baylor's, like I said, Baylor's a second half team, and they're just on a tear right now. LaSalle, slow down, LaSalle. You guys are scoring too fast for my system to keep up with it. All right, I'm taking LaSalle plus 3.5. I passed on 6.5, unfortunately, but I can't let it keep getting lower. All right. Baylor's up by 9 now. Geez, that game turned in a hurry. By the way, UCF SMU is about to go over. They need 1 point. Baylor's up by 12. Geez, that game just turned in a hurry. I told you, they're a second half team. They do that. They did that last week against Texas Tech. They did it against TCU 2 Saturdays ago. They just turn it on in the second half somehow. This is a loser. I don't know if I would fade their first half, but I keep getting burned live betting against them. I was able to, yeah. I wouldn't live bet against them. I would wait for I mean, I took the best available number. Oklahoma State never got higher than 9.5, and that's what I had them at. But they just have a way of turning it on in the second half. They're up by 14 now. Baylor Live is 15.5. SMU UCF went over, by the way. So that's a win. Unless it goes into overtime. Looks like Weber State Southern Utah might go under. Now we got some more halftime games up. Troy, they're going to... Jeez, I played Coastal Carolina last night, and they did not cover. Troy just has their number, I guess. All right, Troy. Definitely Troy. Yeah, Troy plus 10.5 second half is a go. Towson is a loser. See if Weber State can close it out against Southern Utah. UCF's not going to come back. Looks like Northern Colorado's slipping away. I don't do that. I mean, my plays are pretty much my top picks, and they're not doing well today. I really need Weber State just to hang on here. Northern Colorado to at least not give up without a fight. I don't think I ever made 8K. The theme of today has been teams falling apart in the second half. I mean, UCF was up at halftime, Northern Colorado was up at halftime, Towson was up at halftime, and all three of them may not cover. Weber State was down by 1 at halftime. What were my other spread losses today? I think that's it. St. Joseph's was, they fell apart in the last 5 minutes of that game. Norfolk State was never in it. So, live betting wise, it's just been UConn fell apart in the second half. They were up at halftime. Another team that was up at halftime. Toledo, disappointing. See if I can stream a game on my computer. Sucks. None of those Big Sky games are on TV, though. Yeah, I think Northern Colorado is going to lose by 5. So that's going to be a 1-point loss. Yeah, I think UNC and NC State went over, so that's a loss. Yeah, that went over. Whoops. I was crushing it on live totals last week, but not today. All right, so we got some new live games coming up. Duke, Louisville, Ohio State, Wisconsin, and West Virginia, Kansas State. Those will be starting at the top of the hour. It looks like Baylor, Oklahoma State's going to go over. The question is, will Oklahoma State cover? Not if they keep allowing threes like that. Man, I was feeling real good about that Oklahoma State bet. They're up by what, like 5 at halftime? I call it the Baylor Avalanche. $36. All right, it just went over, so that's a win, at least. Add that to the win column. No, Southern Utah just scored. So Northern Colorado is a loss. Geez, that is a lot of red. Yeah, the past 3 days, that's what it's been. Looks like the books are catching up to my model. It was a good run. This happens every year around this time. My model just takes a nosedive at the end of January. Not even keys can save it. I don't know if you missed anything. You say UNC covered? The live bet I made? I already have Providence live at 8.5. Yeah, UNC did cover, so that's a live betting win. Brings me up to even. Southern and Alabama A&M is at halftime. We got Southern -4. 74.5. Man, Florida State halftime line is very interesting proposition for a double dip. Also, the Southern Alabama A&M second half under. I'm wondering if I should double dip on the second half line. Florida State. No, I'm going to ride with what I have. I think Florida and Georgia just went over. Not quite. We need one more point. Just waiting for that 1 point. I'm going to turn that game on because I have a feeling we're not going to get that point. One more point. All right, Florida's shooting free throws here, so they better make one. All right, it's good. All right, so that game is over. So I'm finally above water on live bets today. It looks like Weber State's going to come up short. Man, these end of games have not gone my way today on spread bets. Okay. Yeah, Weber State lost by 3. That's a bummer. So I'm 1-7 on spread bets today. And all of them, except Norfolk State, have pretty much been lost in the last minute or two. End of game situation's not going my way. Jeez, I'm 2-8 on my bets. Yeah, I think Maryland's going to cover that live bet I made on them. LaSalle's starting to fall apart a little bit, though. Do I have West Virginia? No. I don't know what an L wrap and top cloud drip sequence is. And I feel like my live betting strategy has panned out more than it hasn't. I mean, I did really good last Saturday, and during the week this past week, I didn't make very many live bets, but I definitely won more than I lost. I can tell you that. I had Kansas before the game this past Monday, and they banked in a 3 at the buzzer to cover. But I took them live in that game as well, and they covered that too. I don't know what a hammer selection tool is. All right, I got to have some regression in the mean here on my spread plays. Idaho State and Portland is at halftime. I've driven by Idaho State University before. It's in Pocatello, Idaho. It is a weird looking campus, I'll tell you that. Ooh, Portland State. Juicy. Let's do it. Portland State second half plus 2.5. What's the true line? Minus 8.5. All right, Baylor's and Oklahoma State's not going to cover, so I'm back to even there. What a disappointment. I was feeling real good about that line. Just second half collapse is a theme today. Does my car put out 300 horsepower? What does that have to do with anything? All right. Man, Georgia does just not want to let this game end. All right, I am going to take a quick bathroom break. Man, how long was my camera off centered for? I must have kicked it with my foot. All right. Providence. Is this another second half collapse? I have never been to Del Taco in my life. Even though I've lived in places that have them, I've never been to one. Duke and Louisville, nothing yet. West Virginia, Kansas State's up, but it doesn't have any. It's not offering any lines yet. Yeah, LaSalle's falling apart. It was just a matter of time. All right, I can grade Florida as a win. That's probably going to be a loss. Did Weber State Southern Utah end up? I think the final is 72-77. Yeah, so that did go under. No, not that one. This one. Got to avoid these second half collapses. So out of my 7 ATS losses, 1, 2, 3. 3 of them were up at halftime. Weber State was down by 1 at half. Ugh. So Niagara Quinnipiac thankfully is pacing over so far. And this one's definitely pacing under. I mean, the thing is, my ATS keys were pretty picky today. I mean, I did number 57, which is probably the most pickiest criteria, but I have a lot of spread plays remaining. Hopefully I regress to the mean. And I still have my live betting that's serving me well. They still haven't offered a Kansas State line yet. Okay, now it just came up. West Virginia minus 15.5. Total 134.5. So no value. No value. Duke, Louisville. All right, LaSalle's back ahead, thankfully, so they're not completely falling apart yet. That's pretty much Clint Richardson. I would say my spread betting strategy live is the opposite of that strategy. It's more like a favorite that gets ahead, and you know they're capable of stretching out that lead even further. That's kind of been my strategy. Four of the 6 metrics are pointing over in this game. 5 of 6 pointing to Ohio State. Can I finally grade Maryland as a winner? Yeah, I can. So now I'm up at 12-9, 7-3 spreads live. Ooh, Villanova's making their run now. Man, second half collapses. All right, I'm going to play over in the Duke-Louisville game. $144.5, if I can get it in. Got it. All right, I'm going to play over in the West Virginia-Kansas game, over 134.5. Got in. All right, West Virginia, minus 16.5. I'm about to pull the trigger. Trying to work up the courage to do it. Do I hold out for a better number or no? Do I hold out or go ahead and take West Virginia 16.5? What does the blender say? That's going to be my theme today. I know the blender isn't doing good as a whole today, but what does the blender say? Blender says 13. I'm going to hold. I'm going to hold on West Virginia. 16.5. And it just went up to 17.5. So I'm off. Ohio State, where is that game? Looking for you, Ohio State. Okay, here we go. Wait, what am I missing here? What am I missing here? Hey, I'm going to play Ohio State plus 3.5 right now. No. No, not yet. I'm going to wait for a media timeout before jumping in Ohio State. Jesus, West Virginia line's up to 18.5 now. All right, Providence is rallying. That's good. LaSalle's up. That's good. Florida State's stretching their lead out. That's good. What did I get in at Florida State again? 10. Okay, so I feel good about that. Too early to play on Wisconsin, Ohio State. Too early. Yeah, it's pointing towards Ohio State right now, but no. LaSalle's up by 5. All right. Looks like I gave up on them a little too soon. Okay, Ohio State. Yeah, I think we can get West Virginia under 15 at some point. That's what I'm thinking. Villanova's making a run again. Just when Providence tied it up, Villanova's back up by 6. Ooh, Ohio State guy just pushed off. Okay, first media timeout in that game is here. LaSalle's up by 7, but Providence is down by 8. Jeez, Providence, you guys are looking so good. Dayton VCU just got added to the roster. It's going to start at 1:30. I'm showing Wisconsin minus 2.5. I still think it's too early to take Ohio State, even though my model's screaming Ohio State right now. At 2.5. Still think it's too early. LaSalle's up by 9. Duke. At least the total in the Providence game has gone up. Ohio State's now 1.5. West Virginia. Not a lot of points being scored lately in the West Virginia game. I don't know. I don't know what the first half line was. I'm guessing it was probably minus 3. Okay, I bet you can get Wisconsin at plus money here pretty soon. Okay. I'm not seeing minus 13 anywhere for West Virginia. I'm still seeing 17.5. Now it's 18.5. This is a weird game. Utah Valley and St. John's. I mean, it's a weird game for conference season.
All right. Where is West Virginia at? Here they are. I'm showing 19-4. Gosh. Ohio State at plus 0.5. Basically, Ohio State to win. Yeah, Tormented, you made the right choice. I feel like I missed the boat right now. Now it's minus 1.5. West Virginia's 19.5. Yeah, jeez. Remember when we passed at 16.5? Yeah. All right, Dukes. There's Wisconsin. All right. They finally scored. It's like I want to take Ohio State. My model's saying to take Ohio State, but it's like, okay, can I get a better number on them, though? Because it's going to be pointing towards Ohio State, but I'm making the assumption that Wisconsin's going to make a run to get back in this. Villanova's up by 12. Providence just total second half collapse. Villanova's on an 11-0 run. West Virginia is now 20.5. Are there any second halves to bet? All right, let's take a look. Texas A&M Ole Miss. Betting against Texas A&M last Saturday backfired on us. I won't forget that one. I'm thinking under. Let's do it. Under. Kansas State finally scored. West Virginia, 19.5. I was going to probably jump in at 18, but no. You're right about that, Tormented. You're absolutely right. If you have a good model, you can beat NHL. Like, sportsbooks will fear you if you're a good NHL bettor. I've just never bothered. I mean, I want to. Like I said, that's like a bucket list thing of mine to make an NHL model. It's just that I haven't had the time.
All right, I've seen enough. I'm jumping in at no, I'm not. Never mind. I was gonna jump in at Ohio State plus 0.5, but okay, now they're 1.5. I'm gonna wait for an Ohio State number of 2 or higher. I mean, we've already waited this long. There we go. There's the 2 number I'm looking for Ohio State. Hang on, let me make sure it's okay. Yeah, I'm jumping in Ohio State plus 2.5. Should I wait for? If this bet doesn't go through, I'm gonna wait for 3. But I got in. Okay, Ohio State plus 2.5. So much for taking the over in that West Virginia game. Kansas State's not doing its part. I'm going to place an under bet. Oh, right when I say I was going to, I need to stop hitting this camera with my foot. Jeez. There. But as soon as I was going to place an under bet on the Clemson Florida State game, they took it off. I'm zoning in on the under in the Florida State game. I'm just waiting for my API to update. Did LaSalle end up winning? Jeez, they just don't want to end that game. Man, Troy. That second half bet I made on Troy, they fell apart just like last night. I didn't think it would happen 2 nights in a row. Never mind on that under in the Florida State game. Man, how bad is Kansas State? Single-handedly sinking that over bet I made in that game. West Virginia's now 21.5. I should have taken that 16.5 when I had the chance. Providence is just continuing to fall further and further behind.
What's the line score for the second half? So Villanova's outscored Providence 35-15 in the second half. I know the number's high, but I'm still looking into that West Virginia line right now. I know it's a high number, but it's like, can Kansas State score at all? All right, LaSalle won, so I can grade that as a win. Yeah, it's almost time to stick a fork in Providence. I just don't see them being able to cover the live line I took on them. All right, I'm actually going to play over in this game. I was looking at under earlier, but I'm going to play over now. I'm in. Dayton and VCU started. Okay, there's Kansas State scoring some points. Okay, now West Virginia's down to 17.5. What do we got? That's what I was waiting for, and it happened. What do we got? Minus 16.5. Minus 16.5. I'm going to take it. I'm taking it. All right. I know it's a high number, but that's better than the 22 that we saw a couple minutes ago. Yep. How's that Ohio State looking now? Gosh. I just don't see Providence being able to pull this out. They have just looked like garbage in the second half. Like a lot of teams I bet on today, they look really good in the first half and then fall apart in the second half. VCU and Dayton has started. I probably already said that, but just FYI. I mean, talk about a tale of second halves. Providence looked very good in the first half, but this half it's just been ugh. Why does it say it? Because my live projection says it thinks they're going to win by 7.5. So you have a pretty valuable hold right now if you have a 3.5. That's 11 points of value. See, and just like that, West Virginia's back up to 20.5. Just like that. Where's Dayton and VCU? No, the number is basically how many points ahead it projects the away team to be, or behind if it's negative. Keeping an eye on the total in the Dayton game. FYI. Still too early, but. Would I have Duke Louisville? It's close to whatever is being offered live. Right at 0 right now. But that was before Louisville. Louisville's up by 4 now, so it's been pretty much in line with what's being offered. Which is why I haven't placed a spread bet on that game live yet. I'm imagine once Louisville goes up by 4, it's going to be probably -5 for Duke. UTSA Southern Miss under. Not looking good if you have 140, but it's halftime. I'll enter in the halftime line here. Lots of halftime lines just came up. All right, time to enter all these in. Furman and East Tennessee State. Georgia State and App State. That was a game last night that Georgia State lost. Southern Miss and UTSA. We got 2. I want to say Southern Miss won that game last night. Niagara and Quinnipiac, that's upstairs. Boston U and Lafayette, we got 4 and 77.5. And then we got Prairie View, Mississippi Valley, that's also upstairs. All right. Got 1 and 71. And then we got Prairie View, Mississippi Valley, minus 10.5 and 75. Mississippi Valley is so bad. All right. Southern, man, what is with these road HBCU favorites I've taken today that are just not showing up? All right. Let's see what we got. East Tennessee State, not quite. Appalachian State, not quite. Boston U, maybe. I already have an under bet Niagara Quinnipiac, don't I? No, I have an over bet in that game, so there's a middle opportunity there. Definitely a middle opportunity. I'm going to go for it. Or not. No, I don't like that ATM number. Prairie View. So it looks like I'm going to bet Prairie View half, and that's it. Got Prairie View in. Yeah, my spreadsheet update's pretty slow. So the any live line service is going to be ahead of what my spreadsheet says. So that's why I wait for it to match. Tennessee Martin, Morehead State. .5 and 72. Utah Valley and St. John's. Most random mid-January matchup ever. Ooh. Morehead State, I'm liking them. And also the over. Yep. Morehead State in the over in that game. Yeah, Villanova's got this in the bag. They're up 18 now. All right. I want to look at the Dayton VCU game live. UCLA Stanford at the top of the hour, by the way. Dayton and VCU. VCU up by 10. Where are they at? Are they still at the bottom? Yep. You can get VCU 12.5. That's probably going to be in line with what's being offered. What about the total? 130.5. I'm showing one. Okay, I'm going to go over. Thanks for reminding me, Gus Johnson. He was just like, Villanova trailed this game at halftime. I know. That's why it's so disappointing that Providence looked like garbage. I had an outside chance of the Villanova game going over if they made that shot right there, but no. It seems like Stanford keeps having its games canceled. Two losses added to the live count. Any more second halves? Duke, Louisville. West Carolina, Wofford. West Carolina, Wofford under is going to be a play. Ohio State, Wisconsin projection. Let me see what the current score is. At 27-19, it's probably going to be Ohio State about 7.3. 7.4, 7.3. 7.6. Troy let me down. Dayton's pulling a Kansas State and not scoring. Got 1, 2, 3, 4 games where that I have bets in starting at the top of the hour. Actually, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games that I have bets in starting at the top of the hour. Maybe get this number turned around a little bit. It's not going to happen with Southern, though, I can tell you that. Trash. I think Southern's the best team in this SWAC. Texas Southern might be better, but I think Southern is the... So I have them at... SWAC team. Yeah, I have them ahead of Texas Southern, so Southern is the best team in the SWAC. And they are losing to Alabama A&M, who's one of the worst teams in the country. So yeah, that's just been the theme today. It's like with Norfolk State, who's the best team in the MEAC, losing to Coppin State, who's down at the bottom too. Pre-tip projection for which game? Before I started handicapping, it was Wisconsin by 1. UCLA and Stanford. I'm surprised Stanford didn't have their game canceled. All their games keep getting canceled. Are they playing at Stanford, though, or do they kick them out? I was at a Stanford home game, but I know they've been kicking Stanford out of their own gym and making them play neutral site games. All right, I have UCLA by 3.2. Total of 140.6. Troy. Man, I took you guys, Troy. I thought you weren't going to collapse 2 nights in a row, but it looks like you are. I had faith in you guys. Jeez, Dayton, you guys suck. You were a one-man show last year. Second halves. West Virginia, Kansas State is up. Although I already have bets on both. Charlotte, Florida Atlantic. 3 and 68.5. Ooh, under. Under it is. Under in Charlotte, Florida Atlantic. I don't know. This Florida State game going over is going to come down to the wire. I need 11 points. My model has it going over, but it's going to be close. I'm going to go ahead and give myself the win for Florida State minus 10, though. I'm going to grade that as a win. Ooh, Troy. I'm going to put the Troy game on because they're only down by 2 now. Since when does ABC play college basketball games? I have never seen that. Troy and Coastal Carolina. I just need Troy to win. Okay, so Troy is down 2, and they're, oh man, Coastal Carolina just hit a 3 as soon as I turned it on to go up 5 with 14 seconds left. So yeah, right when I turned it on, Coastal Carolina hits a 3. Oh well. Dayton finally scored, but they're just like Kansas State in that they can't score any points. All right, so I need 9 points in the last 2.5 minutes of this Florida State game for it to go over. All right, there's 2. So now I need 7 points in the last 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Okay, there's 2 more points, so I need 5 points in the last 2 minutes. I think what Florida State has their walk-ons in, though, which might be a good thing for Clemson's offense, but not for Florida State's offense. That's a foul. All right, Clemson's shooting free throws. Man, if anyone's watching the Florida State game right now, I hate these whole broadcasters at home thing. It's so stupid. Okay, I need 3 points in the last minute, 15 seconds. I need 138.5 over, so I just need 3 more points. My model's still all Ohio State in the over there. All right, Florida State, someone shoot the ball before there's a shot clock violation. Oh, in and out. Offensive rebound. That was a horrible layup attempt right there. I know the guy was in your face, but still, that should have been a foul. So it looks like Clemson's going to go to the line here. Man, that should have been a foul. That was the worst layup attempt I've ever seen in my life, though. I know he had a guy in his face. I know he did. I need to grade Troy as a loss. All right, there's 1 free throw. So I need 1. There's 2 free. I need 1 more point in the last 48 seconds. No dry possessions here, please. What I worry is that Florida State misses here and then Clemson misses on the other end, and then Florida State just runs the clock out. That's what worries me. Foul him. Turnaround jumper, air ball, of course. Clemson, push it. You're going against walk-ons. Just push it to the basket. Three-pointer from Clemson. Good. All right. Oh, yeah. That worried me because Florida State, you knew they were going to run the clock out if they didn't score there. Checking on Portland State. Yeah, they covered that. So it's another live win. Ooh, that was nerve-wracking. I was like, if Clemson doesn't score there, it's not going to go over. Made that 3. I did not like that 3. Okay, where are we at? The final score is 80 to 61. All right, North Florida off to a good start. I have the under in that game. That's not a good start there. Illinois, Chicago, SIU, Edwardsville. Ooh. I have SIU, Edwardsville plus 17. They're down 13, nothing to start. Dayton is garbage. Duke Louisville's back up. I'm going to play VCU minus 16.5. Never mind. All right, Duke and Louisville. Clemson 30.5. I saw that too. I was thinking about it myself. I just can't. There hasn't been enough separation in this Duke game for there to be a side yet. Man, is this UCLA game going to start or what? They cancel it like I predicted? Yeah, thanks for tuning in, Tormented. Appreciate it. This feels like hunting. Like you're just being patient, waiting for the right number. I'm in at 16.5. Right now I have it at 19.3. So yeah, I would take 15.5. Did I end up taking Boston University? I know I was thinking about it, but no, I didn't. That was. Oh. Yeah, I'm showing Louisville plus zero point 0.5 right now. Like I said, yeah, for us to get a number like that, there has to be more separation. It seems like both teams have been within like 3 points of each other the whole game. All right, Purdue Fort Wayne. That's what I like to see. That's what you didn't do last night. Yep, that's really what this is all about, Clint. It's about being patient and waiting for your number. Have a number in mind that you're looking for, and don't pull the trigger until you see it. It's about being disciplined. We got another halftime game. Central Arkansas, not up yet. UCLA Stanford has started, by the way. Oh, so Cade Cunningham didn't play for Oklahoma State today. That might explain why they fell apart. I didn't even know that. Too early. I'm not even going to look at that. Too early for Stanford UCLA. I'm not even going to look. All right. There goes Louisville. Just took the lead. I mean, my model's leaning Louisville. I'm going to say that. So if there's going to be a play in that game, it's probably going to be Louisville. If there's one that's made, but we haven't had the chance yet. But yeah, the line I'm seeing here, Duke Louisville, in my app has pretty much mirrored what my model said the whole game. So it's clear we're using the same inputs. Jeez, where's that Central Arkansas line? What middle numbers do you have? Let me guess, 2 and 2, 2.5 and 1.5. Yep, that's something that I don't take into enough consideration. I think is looking what the opening line was. Although that was my justification for taking the over in the Providence game. All right, Louisville's up by 4. That's the largest lead I've seen for either team. Louisville 3.5. Okay. Almost there. If Louisville can stretch this out to 8, I can see there being a play. Stanford. It's at 4.5. I'll take it. All right, we're in. I was gonna pass at 3.5, but I saw the 4.5 come up, and I was like, "Yeah, I'll take that." All right, Central Arkansas. Where is your line at for the second half? Not there. Not even being offered. I mean, it says halftime, right? That looks like halftime to me, and it's been that way for a while. What are they waiting on? Yeah, my approach to middling is more like you have to have middling in mind before you even place the first bet. Like if you place a bet without middling in mind and like, oh, I'm gonna try to middle here. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's just not me. It's a preference. So if I'm gonna middle, I'm gonna like go into it like, okay, I'm going to middle before I place the first half. Because honestly, I like to let it ride if I know I have a profitable position, which is why I'm not a fan of, like, it's not like I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just not a preference because I like to just let my good positions ride. I'm still waiting on that Central Arkansas line. Maybe Circa has it. My problem with the Circa app is that it doesn't work at all for me when I'm connected to Wi-Fi. I can get the Westgate app to work when I'm connected to Wi-Fi, but not Circa. I have to turn the Wi-Fi off. Yeah, West Virginia is trending the wrong direction. Nope, Circuit doesn't have it, so I did all that for nothing. What I'm trying to do is get the second half, see what the second half line is for Central Arkansas and Abilene Christian. That's all I want to do. Now my Wi-Fi is not working. There it is, finally. All right, Central Arkansas, Abilene Christian. Watch it be like no value. Yep, nothing there. Oh well, it was worth a shot. VCU and Dayton at halftime yet? Yeah, West Virginia's trending the wrong direction. All right, Louisville's up by 6. They're minus 5.5. Yeah, there's just no value there. Let me look at totals. Box of Kleenex on the floor. I'm looking at the over in this UCLA game, but I feel like I've been burned with overs by teams that can only score 4 points in the first 8 minutes of the game. Still no trigger on the UCLA Stanford over. I'm looking at it, though. I'm looking at it. I'm not feeling it. Can I grade the Texas A&M game? Can I grade that as a win? Under? Yeah, it went under. All right. And 17 and 12. So last Saturday I ended up 26 and 17 live betting. Dayton VCU half. Nope. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be making a play on this Duke game. It's just there hasn't been a lot of. I already have a play on the over, but there just hasn't been a lot of value on the spread. And now the UCLA Stanford line is right in line with the total is right in line with what I have. I do have a bet on LSU. I did bet on LSU. Man, SIU Edwardsville, ooh, that's just horrible. I wonder what the blender. Well, all of them had to have been favorable for him. I don't think I make a spread bet unless all six are in agreement. Yeah. One of those games. Three and 10. Oh yeah, because Purdue Fort Wayne is now decided to already give up their 10-point lead. No, I think I have LSU plus 1.5, maybe 2. It's 1.5 or 2. It's 1.5. Prairie View A&M's pulling ahead. How's Moorhead doing? That's. I'm not going to complain. Western Carolina Wofford. How's that total looking? 166. That's going to come down to the wire. UNC Charlotte and Florida under. That's looking good. Yeah. All right. What's my over bet total on Duke? It's 144.5, and right now it's at 143.5. So I do not have a positive position on that right now. Man, the NCAA tournament first round being on a Friday and Saturday this year, I can't wrap my head around that. I'm so used to it being on a Thursday and Friday. Trying to gauge this UCLA Stanford total right now. So it's 13-6, but that's not what I'm showing. I'm actually leaning under, but I don't. It's so difficult. Over maybe over 124.5. It's just that I just haven't seen a lot of scoring. Oh man, this is hard. Just haven't had a lot of luck with overs today. Okay, now it's 123.5. I have to. I have to. Got it. Over 123.5. Not quite for VCU. Yeah, because both teams, I don't think I've been watching the game, and neither team is really playing that good a defense. They're just missing shots they need to make. Like, we just saw how Louisville rebounded that missed free throw and had a couple open looks under the basket and missed them both. Man, Mississippi Valley State is so bad. They're like the worst team ever. Remember when Dayton last year had one of the best offenses in the country, and now they've been reduced to scoring 13 points and a half? That's why they say it's about the Jimmies and Joes and the X's and O's. I don't think Anthony Grant is a good X's and O's coach. He had the Jimmies and Joes last year, but not this year. So without the Jimmies and Joes, he doesn't have the X's and O's to have Dayton be relevant this year. Duke. Duke is ahead now. So now what? But what do we do with Duke now? That's the question. I mean, like I said, there has been zero value on the spread in this game. Live. Zero. Ooh, airball on the three. Like, that's what I'm talking about this game. They're just missing open shots. That's why the total is collapsing. See what we got here. Northern Kentucky, Robert Morris. I already have a bet on the total under. Is that the one I have? Yeah, and it doesn't look good. I'm going to double dip. Double dipping the total in Northern Kentucky. Yeah, that's why, like, as successful as I've been live betting this year, Chip Piler, that's why I don't live bet during the week, because it's just, yeah, it's too time consuming. Like, it doesn't give you. Answering your question, Alex, I'm 17 and 12 on live bets, but I'm 8 and 11 on pregame bets. But yeah, it's too time consuming to, like, it's worked out for me, but yeah, you have to be really patient and you have to have time to commit. Stetson and Beller, man. I don't even think I have that on here. Nope. Mmm. Under it is. I don't endorse any live offshore books. Yeah, I don't use any offshore books, so I wouldn't be able to say. I'm using the Westgate app. No, I haven't seen any better lines being offered during the week than on the weekends. All right, so South Alabama and the over. Yeah, I bet South Alabama last night before the game against Georgia Southern, and I think I had them like +3 maybe last night, and gosh, that was so frustrating to watch. Watching them just jack contested threes early in the shot clock down the stretch to lose was not fun to watch. Ooh, man, I'm going to add more columns. Yeah. I mean, I did live bet on 5 dimes when I was a member of it, but I don't use them anymore. Looks like the Wofford game's going to end up going over. That's a shame. Where's Western Kentucky? Here we go. Man, all these games with halftime right now. It's a flood. Jacksonville State and Austin P. Where are they? Can't find it. That's weird. I know I ran a. Oh, I know why it's not on there. I bet. Yep, that's why. I think I might have bet on Jacksonville State before the game. Yep, here they are. Told you, I bet them plus 3.5. Akron, Western Michigan. We got Kennesaw State, North Florida. I've never bet UFC before. I get asked that a lot, and I can see why. It's a sport that lends itself very favorably to betting. But no, I've never bet UFC before. This game might go to overtime and go over for me. Yeah, Belmont's going to be the Belmont. I just don't know how comfortable I feel like playing them at minus 38. Over, though. Over will be a play. So over SIU Edwardsville and Belmont. UT Arlington. I'm not going to double dip on North Florida. And under. So 3 more bets coming. Over in SIU Edwardsville, Belmont. UTA. And under in Akron, Western Michigan. Jeez, I have so many outstanding live bets right now. I'm going to run out of money. Like to bet with. I was actually in Las Vegas in 2017 while that McGregor and Mayweather fight was going on. Not because I went to Las Vegas for that, but because it just so happened to fall into the time I usually would go to Las Vegas every year. Like, talk about the worst elements of society all in one place. I could not wait for them to leave. All right, can I grade any of these yet? I feel like overwhelmed right now. There's so many games going on right now. It's like hard to keep up with. Rice UAB just went to halftime. I bet UAB last night against Rice and they won. One of my few wins last night. San Diego Portland's at halftime. Jeez, I cannot keep up right now. UC Davis and UC San Diego, which is not here. Yep, not a part of it. I wonder why. Jackson State and Grambling. Let's see what we got. Over in the San Diego Portland game. All right, more games are being added to the second half lines. I can't keep up. Jeez. Milwaukee and Cleveland State. IPFW and Green Bay. What a disappointment. I bet on them 2 nights in a row. And they are not living up to their billing. Northwestern State and Southeast Louisiana. Illinois Chicago over. Cleveland State. Purdue Green Bay over. Northwestern State and over. 5 more bets coming. I can't even grade any of these plays because I'm too focused on halftime lines right now. Okay, that's no nuance, thankfully. Overwhelming. All right. All right, can I grade any of these? I don't think Duke Louisville is going to go over unless they go to overtime. Neither team is scoring. DePaul, Marquette, and LSU and Kentucky are going to be some live games coming up. All right, Morehead State. The spread is a winner, but the total we'll have to wait and see. I know I'm betting a lot of live games, but like I said, it's all about the numbers. So I'll bet 200 games or a one game, just depending on what the numbers my models say to bet are. I feel like second half lines can be soft though, so that's why I like to take advantage of the second half lines. Use the total in the Dayton VCU game. Talk about cratering. All right, this game went under, so that's another win. $19-12 on the day. How's Prairie View doing? Did they end up winning by 22 or more? As a matter of fact, they did. That's a win. So now I'm 20-12 on the day. Yeah, see, I'm taking advantage of these second half lines and just trying to leverage them. Are there any other bets I can grade right now? West Carolina Wofford, that had to have gone over. Oh, yeah, big time. By 3, so that's a loss. LSU and Kentucky has started. All right, I'm going to take a quick break to fix myself a salad just like last week, so don't go anywhere. I'm still live.
All right. Is this game going to go to overtime like I need it to? Nope. It will not. Trying to see if I can grade any more of my plays. Looks like West Virginia's spread is going to come through. This one's a loser. So 2 total losses to add. DePaul Marquette. Yeah. Maybe one day I'll be able to eat more interesting food on these streams, but I'm still in weight loss mode. Man, these Horizon League teams are letting me down tonight. Back-to-back nights with these clowns. Texas Southern looking to follow in Norfolk State and Southern's footsteps.
All right, I'm going to play Marquette minus 8 point, or never mind. Did Ohio State end up winning? They sure did. Kansas State ended up winning by however many? Or not Kansas State, West Virginia. Did they win by 16.5? I can't find them. Yeah, they did. Okay, so that's also a win, but did it go over? It did not. So I'm going to add the spread win first. And the total loss. Not quite.
2-second half lines are up. We've got live totals haven't been there today. I'm trying to get this LSU game to slow down so I can see if there's anything there. All right. LSU Kentucky over 152.5. Didn't get it. Went off the board. Nothing there. There's nothing there right now. Yeah. LSU is probably not a bad idea right now live, but I took them at 1.5 before the game. Seems like all my pregame spread bets today are like behind double digits from the get-go. I already have Alabama, minus 9.5. I would imagine that their live line for Alabama right now would probably be 8. Man, my spread bets today just suck. It's crazy how I'm 14-5 against the spread live, but only 4-13 before the game. So my model works. It's just it doesn't work until the game's already started, and I can get better numbers. I want to play the over in this DePaul Marquette game, but I've been burned today betting overs where they don't score a lot of points in the first half, so I'll wait. Yeah. I need the Northern Kentucky Robert Morris game to go under. Ah, dang it. Not fast enough. I was trying to get to Paul Marquette over 128.5, but it moved to 130.5. I thought Purdue Fort Wayne was good. I mean, good enough for me to bet on them 2 nights in a row. 214. Can Illinois Chicago make one last push? No, not yet. I've been looking at the line. LSU, like, dang it, Texas State didn't cover by a half point. But it did go under. You might get your overtime wish there. Houston Baptist. All but one of my metrics had Houston Baptist winning. So I'm guessing the team they're playing is worse. Yeah, McNeese State is number 336 and Houston Baptist 332. There you go. No. I've tried to watch Seinfeld, but it just bores me. I'm going to finish the salad and put in the second half bets. Yeah. I do it a lot. I eat big salads a lot when I'm losing weight. I mean, that had lettuce and like tortilla strips and Monterey Jack cheese and tri-tip in there. Oh, yeah, I need to turn on the UCLA game because I have Stanford plus 5.5, I think. All right, I recommend an Alabama -5 bet in the second half if you don't already have a bet on them. I'm going to play over Alabama, Mississippi State. I'm going to play Pitt plus 1.5 second half. And then I'm going to play McNeese, Houston Baptist over second half. Overtime in the Northern Kentucky game? Dang it. That's what I was trying to avoid. So much for that under. Yep, that's a loss now. And I also tried to double down on that live. That's the risk. South Alabama came through, but it didn't go over, so it's a wash.
Looks like that one's going to go over. I'm going to get a drink real quick. I'd rather be 1-3 than 4-13. I mean, my live betting has kind of put a dent into that, but geez, my spread betting the past 2 days has been a train wreck. All right, I'm going to be placing a couple over bets here. Texas Southern and DePaul. No, because I pretty much have it. It's pretty much just a blender and ATM. So that's the past one. This game might go over? No. It's at 109 right now. And I have it at 123.5. I might need overtime. Man, I can't believe that Northern Kentucky game ended up going overtime. It's just brutal. we got an over winner. Another over winner.
Yeah, they've only scored 3 points in overtime so far.
Where's UTA? They did not win by 6.5. No. Another half-point loss. 2 half-point losses in a row. Great. Did it go over at least? Yes, it did. So at least I was able to cancel it out. Man, that sucks. 2 half-point losses in a row. I think I have 3 half-point losses today on the day. This game go over. Akron, Western Michigan. Yes. No, it went, oh man. I had the under though. I thought I had the over. Dang it. So that's a loss. $148. No, that's another loss. Uh-oh, I'm starting to cut into my live winnings. A lot of total losses coming in. Cleveland State. Oh, that might be another half-point loss. Yeah, an avalanche of live losses coming through right now. Did they just foul the three-point shooter in the UCLA game? This UCLA Stanford game might go over. I think I might need overtime though. I don't see him scoring 8 points in the last 32 seconds. Illinois Chicago, look at this. They're not dead yet. Yeah, now they are. I was up late last night thinking about my baseball model. I need overtime in this UCLA game. The UCLA guy pushed off. Overtime. We got overtime. Stanford UCLA overtime. Hey, I was due for one after getting the overtime in the Robert Morris game. Avalanche of losses coming in. How many in a row have I lost now? A lot. Cleveland State ain't looking too good either. Cleveland State is blowing it. Yeah. That was a shame that Robert Morris went to OT. St. Mary's in San Francisco has started. It's been college basketball the past few years. Not so much this year, but that's generally how it's been. College basketball, college football, baseball, in that order. Basketball and paper for basketball, and anything Bill James writes for baseball. I knew I should have played DePaul at halftime, but I didn't. I could have gotten a better number. I did play the total, but not the DePaul side. Yeah, I've been paying attention to the Northwestern Penn State live line. Gosh, this total in the LSU game's driving me nuts. I've been trying to bet the over like all game, and it just keeps creeping up and up and up, and I just can't. The game is too fast. Did it? Yeah, Cleveland State, man. They were up by 9 with a minute to go. Total collapse. That's been the theme of today. That's been my theme. Second half collapses. Stanford UCLA is over, by the way. Finally broke the little slump I was in. LSU's coming back. Jeez, what a choke job by Cleveland State. 9-point lead race in the last minute. So it looks like the St. Mary's game is going to be the slow updating game. Like the, what game was that was really slow earlier? That would not update? George Mason and St. Joseph's. If you were on the live stream, I guess 7 hours ago. You lose track of time when you're doing this. It's been over 7 hours. Like I said, time goes by fast. Yeah, I can't get the St. Mary's game to update. It's 17-7. LSU, Kentucky. What's the total? 166.5. Nope. Northwestern Penn State 147.5. Nope. Point spread Penn State minus 6.5. No, I already have a bet. Cleveland State, I took them live at minus 10.5. That's why I'm kind of bummed about that. Unless they just totally dominate overtime, which can happen theoretically, but I don't see it happening. Offensive foul. Oh, if you took Cleveland State +2 in the second half, that's a loser. Because that's what I took. It just translated to a live bet of minus 10.5. All right. St. Mary's. It's so slow. Even media timeouts are ahead of it. Ooh, now it finally matches for the first time. I'm going to do under in that game. Under in the St. Mary's San Francisco game. Under 136 point. Oh, cancel. Under 138.5. I wanted to take DePaul at halftime, but I held off, and now I'm regretting it. All right, finally. It's like an ordeal to get bets down, but St. Mary's San Francisco under 138.5. DePaul is now even money. Where's DePaul? Not enough value to take DePaul. I mean, the value's on their side, just not enough. Did UCLA end up losing? Is it over? I don't have that game on anymore. I have LSU and Kentucky. Stand by for an over in the Northwestern game. Well, that makes two. My picks aren't really working today either. I mean, my live betting was doing a lot better, but it's starting to crash and burn just like the pregame betting is. Nope, no over in Northwestern Penn State. Man, they've gone cold in the Kentucky game. I hope UCLA makes it just so the game can end. And they did. I don't care. As long as Stanford covers, I don't care. Yeah, I'm going to turn that game back on. Man, they're just throwing up bricks in the Kentucky LSU game. Makes it hard to gauge a total. All right. Yeah. So Stanford has no timeouts. 5, 4, 3. He blocked the shot. No goaltending. I think that's going to be it. Of course, the refs are going to go to the monitor to make sure how much time's left. Watch. Guarantee it. Or not. Okay. It's got to be a catch and shoot, Stanford. Oh, right under the basket. He made it at the buzzer. They win. And the UCLA guy slams the ball in frustration. Oh, man. Did you see that? Anyone see that? Oh, man. That was a perfectly run inbounds play. Oh. That was a perfectly run inbounds play. Somebody lost their man because he is wide open. Somebody lost their man. Yeah. That's on you. That was on number 0. Yeah. That was on Dreadlocks guy. Yeah, he got it off. This game's over. Stanford wins. So I can grade that as a win finally. Man, number 0 lost his guy. I mean, they did set a screen for him, but still. How's Brickfest going? No, Stanford won. I didn't really care. I just cared that Stanford covered the 5.5, which they did. But that was still interesting inbounds play that they ran. Milwaukee ended up winning. Wow, what a choke job by total choke job. Oh, and Alcorn State, another collapse. Man, what's with today? Seriously, what's with today? It's just second half collapse after second half collapse. Oops. DePaul. Did I end up taking DePaul? I wanted to. They're up by 13 now. Yeah, I think Stephen F. Austin's going to go over, unfortunately. I got more losses heading this way. Yeah, well, I guess I lose track of time when I'm doing this. Yeah, today has sucked. I mean, I'm 30 and 24 live, but I have at least 3, maybe 4 losses coming down the pipeline here pretty soon. Finally, someone scored a point in this Kentucky game, but it was Kentucky, unfortunately. Stand by for an over bet in this Northwestern Penn State game. Yeah, I think my model is all over Houston Baptist. Never look at win-loss records when making bets. Okay, Northwestern Penn State over 145.5. That was a loss. I forgot that one. I think Miami of Ohio is looking good, though. Yeah, they ended up pulling it out. So that's at least stops the bleeding a little bit. That had to have gone over by now. Yeah. Pittsburgh is choking as well. Man, not my day. Sometimes it's not your day, and that's been me 3 days in a row. Another second half collapse from Pittsburgh this time. They're the latest contestant on collapse in the second half. I think I just have the over in the McNeese game. I didn't take a side. Marquette is making a run. I'm really tempted to play Marquette right now, but the numbers aren't there. Well, yeah, I mean, I imagine other people who would try to do a stream like this, here's what they would do. This is what they would do. Don't worry about that. I'm actually, I made a bunch of bets off screen that I didn't tell you about, so I'm actually like 150 and 12 today. That's exactly what they would do. Guarantee it. Like, most people want to be told, they just want to be told what to bet. They don't want to actually put in the work. But, yeah, I've watched other streams. Like, my stream's pretty unique. Like, there's no other stream out there like mine. But I've watched other people who, like, live stream during mainly NFL's Sundays, and that's literally what they do. They hide all their losses, and they only talk about what their... Sorry, I have the hiccups a little bit. They only talk about their wins. Like, you would never know they've ever lost ever. It's just that, like I said, I watched a few guys live streams that like will stream during NFL and just talk about NFL. You would never know they've ever lost. Gosh, a lot of red today. It's been nothing but red the past 3 days on this, sadly. 4-16 on spread plays. That's just never in my wildest dreams would I imagine I would do that bad. All right, I'm going to make an under bet in the LSU Kentucky game. Oh, I was about to, and then it went off the board. If it comes back on, it's still at 158.5, I'll do it. I want to know why they randomly just took that game off the board. Or the total. I knew I should have taken Marquette. The number just wasn't there. Are the numbers now there for Marquette? Yes, they are. Marquette 1.5, locking in right now. I actually got in at Marquette plus 2.5. Just remember all the hard work I put into it. I mean, if nothing else, I still have fun with it for just, I'm a basketball stats nerd first and foremost. There's really nothing to look at. I mean, that's what my keys are for. I have keys in there to determine what the profitable edges are. It's just that the keys today, or the keys the past 3 days, have not panned out. Unfortunately. I think sometimes you just can't predict things. I mean, we are... This happens to me every year in college basketball. About late January, everything just goes to crap for about 4 weeks, and then once championship week comes back, it starts to do a little bit better. All right, I'm going to do LSU and Kentucky under 161.5. Never mind. Didn't get in. Thanks for the super chat. I didn't take under 159.5. That's not the number I'm looking for yet. But maybe after that shot clock violation, it might not be a bad number. I did take Marquette. Yeah, my model just wasn't telling me it was a valuable enough side earlier. But once Marquette pulled within 1 and they were still at 1.5, I took it, and then it went to 2.5, and I took that instead. It was kind of a field play a little bit. I mean, it didn't meet the number 3 I was looking for, but I felt like the way the momentum was going, and my model still said it was a profitable side, just not at 3, but still, I went ahead and took it anyway. Now they're up by 2, so sometimes you got to go with sometimes your gut can tell you the right things. I'm trying to get on this under in the LSU game. It's just it goes so fast. Like, I can't get my system to update quick enough. Or the API won't. It's not my system's fault, it's just the API. But I'm going to go ahead and do it under 161.5. LSU, Kentucky. If it goes through. All right, I got in. Yeah, this game ain't going over unless it goes into overtime. I don't think Alabama, Mississippi State's going to go over. Texas Southern, Arkansas Pine Bluff. It'll be very close. Actually, I don't think it's going to go over. Yeah, I have a slew of losses probably coming ahead. I need overtime in McNeese Houston Baptist. I don't know what the situation is, though. Yeah, I don't think it's going to go to overtime. Not really. Just not enough time. Too many games, not enough time. I think the McNeese game's over. I mean, all but over. All right, so the Alabama game went over, but Alabama didn't cover. Or no, it pushed. The total push, dang it. Trending losses? What do you mean? Reminder that Texas Southern was up by 20 points. I don't. Yeah, I know about my screen, but I'm not quite sure what red in the back means. Oh, over here? Those are my plays. The plays I personally made and how many units I actually placed on them. If it's bold and dark red, the game's over. If it's not bold and light green or light red, the game's in progress. Yeah, I'm gonna turn my app off, so I'm done live betting for today. Yeah, that's what this is right here. That's how I can count these columns up here. Yeah, the spreadsheet took a while to make. So did Texas Southern win 66 to 57 or this matters? It says the game's over, but oh, gotta be kidding me. It was 67 to 57, but they took a point off the board for some reason. That's a bummer. 2 missed free throws by Texas Southern at the end. Yeah, see? Because it said right here is 67 to 57, but they took a point off the board, so that's a loss. And it didn't go over. Yeah, I'm just going to let everything I have play out and then call it quits for the night because it's clear that my model doesn't have it today. Maybe I'll do on Wednesday. If not, I'll try to do on next Saturday before I go to Lake Tahoe. I think I already did bet the Virginia game. Yeah, I bet Virginia -8. All right, one more bathroom break. I need something to stop the skid. I'm definitely skidding. Yeah, I think DePaul is going to pull this one out. Ooh, Marquette just hit a 3, though, so maybe not. I think that might have put it over, actually. Nope, 128. They keep fouling the same guy for DePaul, though, who's hitting all these free throws. He doesn't miss. They need to foul somebody else. I'm not going to disagree with you there, Clint. I don't have a live line for UC Riverside. I have it at Cal State Bakersfield by 0.6, total of 126. I don't think Marquette's going to cover the 2.5. I made a bad bet there. Yeah, I took the total too. I need 2 free throws here. Seemed like a good idea at the time. That's what I get for not waiting for my number. Lesson learned. Time to add another loss. And McNeese State didn't go to overtime, right? No. So 2 losses. Yeah, I appreciate the super chats. Okay, he made both free throws, so at least I finally stopped the bleeding with a win here. But Marquette was a loss. Marquette minus or plus 2.5. All right, what live bets am I still waiting to resolve? LSU Kentucky over. I don't think it'll go over. Yeah, that game didn't go over. So that's a live bet win. So I'm just waiting for 2 games that are at halftime totals to resolve. I feel good about Northwestern and Penn State. They picked up the pace there. St. Mary's and San Francisco is trending to 141. I have it 138. So yeah, I could end the live betting day strong, but geez, this is just a disaster spread day. A disaster in everything. At least I only made 1 money line bet. Yeah, that was a sad effort by Marquette. I'm going to turn on St. Mary's in San Francisco. San Francisco's making a run. Do I turn my app back on just to see what the line is? I'm not going to bet anything new. San Francisco minus 1.3. Not enough value there. And that's that. No, I'm not going to add anything new. I've been streaming for 8 hours now. I think I'm ready to call it a night. I've already lost enough today. I didn't even realize it's been raining all day here. It never rains here, but it's been raining all day. Man, it's going to be raining all week according to the forecast. I haven't had a beer in, gosh, I think the last time I drank a beer was 2009. I just don't like how it tastes. I think it's gross. No offense to people who do drink beer, but I just remember in 2009, I was hanging out with a friend, a football teammate, and his family during family weekend at TCU, and they bought me a mug of Blue Moon at a bar. And, you know, I didn't ask for it. They just bought it for me, you know. They're just being nice. And I drank maybe like 5 sips, and each one of them was just horrible. Ugh. What if a woman on a date tells you, I just want to let you know I'm dating other guys? You say okay and don't act like a bitch about it. Man, I keep kicking this camera. Yeah, the worst thing you can do with a woman is act like a bitch. Bourbon. Don't get me started on bourbon. When I lived in Kentucky and would go to the Kentucky Derby and they would like have me sample whiskeys, it was ugh. And bourbons, ugh. It's like drinking gasoline or lighter fluid. Like they would buy me all these bourbons, like, oh, taste this one, try this one. I was like, they all taste the same to me. They all taste like lighter fluid. Not good. It's not going good. I'm about to call it quits once these last 2 games I have resolved. Oh yeah, I was a bartender for many years. I know I'm an expert when it comes to what's in the beer and how they're made and everything, what the ingredients are, but I just can't. I don't like alcohol at all. I don't like any of it. It's just all gross to me. She calls you a nice guy and says she's short on your rent, and she's just looking to use you as a bank account. I would never pay another girl's rent. I don't care how attractive she was. Is there such thing as smooth whiskey or smooth liquor? Not that I'm aware of. I'll say this. When I worked at a restaurant called Old Chicago, I worked in the bar, and we had some of their shots were pretty good. They had like a shot called the Jolly Rancher and a shot called the Gummy Bear. And those were actually not bad. They were just really sweet, though, and if you drank too many of them, you'd get sick. Honestly, the last time I drank was at Old Chicago, and I had a Gummy Bear and a Jolly Rancher, and I got sick. No weed for me. I'm pretty straight edge. I don't do any drugs or drink, to be honest with you. Nope. Like, it's been at least two and a half years since I last had any alcohol. I've never smoked weed. I've never smoked anything. I've never done any drugs. I don't know, I'm like really self-conscious about my health, and the idea of like inhaling anything into my lungs that's not oxygen is not appealing to me. And weed is so gross. Like, go to the strip here, and like, I'll go to the strip sometimes in the morning to run, because I just like to run up and down the strip because I know, distances and everything. And it just smells like weed everywhere. It's so gross. I don't see how anyone could be like, yeah, I want that in me. It smells like ass. UC Irvine, that's what I'm talking about. They're looking dead for a little bit. My least favorite thing about COVID and everything is, I don't bother with the Tinder and Bumble and everything these days. Clint Richard said their genetics means they put on a lot of weight as they age. That's just the genetics. See, I think the most important thing when looking for a woman, more than anything else, is does she take care of herself? If she doesn't go to the gym, if she doesn't eat right, if she drinks too much or does drugs or anything like that, I would stay away. If she get, I have an age limit. I would never date a girl my age. I'm 32. I'm about to turn 33. I would never date anyone in their 30s. If you're a woman and you're in your 30s and you're single, there's a reason for it, and that's why I stay away. Yeah, I haven't even bothered Joseph Titus. It's like, what's the point? Why? So you can go somewhere with a girl with wearing a mask? No thanks. Yeah, a woman that drinks too much is not going to age well. And it shows a lack of impulse control, bad decision making. You don't want that in any long-term partner. Like, I would never make a party girl my wife. Like, there's people who do, and that's just not ideal. I wonder what the keys are like, because this might look bad, like 46 and 54. That might look bad, but this is without keys. I wonder if there are any keys today, or if it was just all bad across the board. Because no, I'm just gonna have to politely disagree with you, Mel Elgin. The thing with older women is that they don't age well. So women's beauty peaks in her early 20s. So if you say you marry a woman in her 30s, you're getting her past her prime. You're not going to be able to enjoy any of her prime years. It's like buying a rental car at full price for the rest and having to keep it for the rest of your life. That's the issue with older women. And it's also a fertility thing too. The older they are, the less likely they are going to be able to successfully have kids. I don't know if it's cancel culture. I think it's just, I mean, if OK Cupid has a survey out there, they polled a bunch of guys, and they found that the peak attractive age of a woman is 23. So if you're getting her, in her 30s, that's well past her prime. So I just think, here's the deal: if there's 3 billion women in the world, right? Then why settle for one in her 30s? If you have 3 billion women to choose one, surely you can find one that's not 30. It's I call it like the option theory. If you settle for a woman who's too old, it means you did not cultivate enough options to choose from. And so, like I said, it's about, if there's 3 billion women in the world, surely you can find one that's in her 20s still. It's more like, like if a woman goes through her entire 20s without getting married, why? That's my question, because her 20s is when she's going to get the most propositions from other guys. So surely she was, courted by a guy worthy enough in her 20s, and yet she doesn't end up settling down. Why is that? Is she holding out for somebody better in her 30s? This is where I believe feminism becomes toxic, because feminism tells a woman to not get married in your 20s, focus on your career, and then once you got your career established, you'll find someone in your 30s. That's not true. So a woman, in her 30s still has the same standards that she's had as in her 20s, but here's the deal. You know how women say, where are all the good guys? Where have all the good men gone? It's because when she hits her 30s and she's still not married and then trying to go after men her age or a little bit older, all those men are either already locked down or they're going after younger women. So she either has to settle for someone she's not attracted to or just stay single. That's why feminism ruins them. I guess what I'm trying to say is that if I can get a woman who's 25, why would I not? Why would I instead go for a woman who's 32, right? If I had the choice between a 32-year-old woman and a 25-year-old woman, all things considered equal, why would I go for the 32-year-old? It's biological. It's not misogyny. It's biological to say women hit a wall around the age of 30 because beauty and youthfulness signals fertility. So back in the caveman days, a man would know that a woman was fertile if she was young and youthful and didn't have wrinkles and crow's feet and all of that. That was nature's way of saying, hey, my eggs are still good. Uh, what does it mean when an older man says she doesn't want us in her prime? We don't want her in a decline. It's because women in their late teens and 20s have all the leverage over a guy because she's in her prime and a man is not. A man hits his prime in his 30s. So if a woman rejects you when she's in her 20s, but then all of a sudden when she's in her 30s is going after you, which I have firsthand experience of, I mean, I would speak my mind in a true sense, but I don't want to get deplatformed. I could go a lot more into detail, but I'm not going to just because I don't want to get deplatformed. What is with this Uber Eats commercial with the gay gymnast? Like, I don't get it. Like, what's. I mean, I believe everyone should be upfront with what they're looking for. Yeah, I don't have any problem with being upfront with what you're looking for. I just feel like marriage for a guy. There's it's not an equal contract. Women get most of the benefits of marriage. Let's face it. And so if I'm going to get married to somebody, it better be with someone who's worth taking that risk. Yeah, I have more R videos coming. I might film one tomorrow. Gosh, I keep kicking this camera. I don't think the future R videos are going to be as long as the first two. I just feel like the first two are needed to kind of establish the basics. The other one should teach more targeted concepts. I don't think the average guy realizes how expensive divorce can be and how tilted family courts are towards the woman. That's why it's such a big risk for a guy. Marriage. I would never get married for financial reasons. Oh, I would never date a single mom, ever. That's probably my number one red flag. That and tattoos. Yeah, that should be a no-brainer for anybody. I would never date a single mom. I mean, that's the red flag of all red flags. I'm perfectly happy with my life. Having standards. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, if the problem with single moms is that at best you're always going to come third in her life, behind her kids and her ex. The father of her kids and her kids are always going to come before you. Her husband died, then you're never going to measure up to her dead husband in her eyes. She'll always view you as number two. She'll always constantly compare you to her dead husband. Why would you want to bring that into your life? Oh, tattoos are a big no. I would never date a woman with a tattoo. He's 4-19 against the spread today. Jeez, what a train wreck. Georgia Tech is getting Virginia the business. It goes back to what I said earlier. If there's 3.5 billion women on this planet, surely you can find one without kids. Scarcity mentality is what I call it. Scarcity mentality means you have to, compromise and settle. mean, that's absolutely correct. Don't fall into the feminist traps. You can either listen to the feminist narrative or you can ignore it. I choose to ignore it. I would never go men going their own way. I'm opposed to that. I believe men going their own way is just men who know they can't get any women, so they celebrate that fact instead of lament over it. What are they called? Incels? I think men going their own way are just incels that are proud of being incels. No, that's how I see it. I just believe that men shouldn't be so thirsty that they jump into a marriage with the first girl who pays them any attention, and then they're miserable for the rest of their lives because they didn't do enough, vetting, and they didn't know what they were worth, and had to settle for someone who, if they worked on themselves a little more and a little bit more patient, and they could have gotten someone better. On a first date, never pay. If you do, if you don't, and she gets mad, then she's not there for the right reasons. I think I just got an over win. Yeah, right here. Hopefully close on a positive note today. I think this one's going to go under, but I'm just waiting for it to go. Hopefully it don't go to overtime. Paige Spiranek is married. She doesn't act like it, though, on her social media. I mean, who's she trying to seduce in her social media posts? That's my question. I mean, she's married. What's she doing? I would say it's. I would say it's more small bets. I mean, I didn't even bet a full unit on my bankroll in any of these. So even though I'm down 12.8 units, I mean, yeah, I'm down 12.8 units. So yeah, but a unit for me, it's 1% of my bankroll, so it's not like it's gonna ruin me. I mean, losing an eighth of your bankroll does suck, but it is what it is. Yeah, I can't remember the last. I think this might be one of my worst ever. I think this might be my worst college basketball day ever. It's gotta be. I mean, there's not a lot to get excited about. The benefit of a day like this, though, is that it makes your keys a lot more strict and you're not going to make as many plays. That's what it's the silver lining, I guess. The odds of going 4-19 against the spread, though, are very low. I'd say it's definitely more than 2 standard deviations away from the center. Tennessee, Missouri. I mean, all things considered, it's only 6 points off the expected total, 131. If I would say for me, a unit of bankroll is 1% of my total bankroll. So 100 units. So if you had $1,000, it would be $10. My bankroll's a little higher than that, though. So, losing 14.6 units, if this all holds, that's losing 14.6% of my bankroll. It's a lot of money, but, maybe I can build it back up. I mean, I've had days like this before. Last year, I'm going to see if I can find my last chart from last year. Because I know I had a few days last year where I had a big drop, but I don't know if I had one this big. think this might be it. No, that's not it. Where's my basketball model from last year? That's not it either. I have like a file that has a chart in it. I want to see what my worst day was last year. I know what my best day was, but I don't remember my worst day. I had some days where I had pretty big drops, but I don't know if I ever lost 14.6 units in one day. That doesn't count my live betting, though, but I think the live betting wins would only reduce that by maybe 2 units. Daily U, here we go. This is what I was looking for right here. So my worst day last year was January 14th when I lost 10.16 units. Yep. And that was the only day I lost more than double digits. No, here's one where I lost 12.18. Okay, that one was bad. But that day I went 0-2 against the spread and 1-7 on money lines. Penn State has a chance to backdoor this. Kind of interested to see how it plays out. Three from Penn State, so they're up by 6 now. All right, St. Mary's and San Francisco did go under, so that's a live bet win to close out my live betting day. So 35-30, not bad, but it's definitely a hollow victory. My best winning day last year was January 13th, I think, where it was the day before that minus 10 unit day, because I hit 2 money lines. That's the reason I'm not winning. Money lines, those are the lifeblood of my model. Let me open this up. I want to show you what the lifeblood of my model was last year. So when I come here, money lines. So if I add up my money line wins from last year, right? So last year I was plus 46.57 units on money lines. That is what allowed me to profit last year in college basketball. This year I am way down in money lines. I mean, I'm down 4.29, but that has to be positive. That has to be positive. Like, I only bet 2 of them today, and I'm only going to be down maybe 0.6, but hitting those big money lines is what leads me to profit territory. And I'm not doing that these days. Like I had Dixie State the other night, and I had them plus 650, and they only lost by 2, and they were winning most of the game. It was just kind of that's just kind of how it's been. I'm not hitting the bigger money lines. I'm trying to see if Penn State can pull this out, though. They might. They might. They're up by 6 going to the free throw line. So the thing is that so plus maybe a unit or 2 on live bets today. 3 and 20. Oh no, look at that. 3 and 20. I would say it's probably a 2-to-1 ratio of dogs and money lines, or dogs to favorites. My win today was a favorite though, and the loss is Florida Gulf Coast, if assuming they can't come back. Missed free throw from Penn State. Can't have that. What I'm really looking for, though, is I'm looking for this number to be higher than all these numbers. So that was the case for totals. 60% is higher than all these, right? Even though the team had the higher unity, I'm not going to ever bet 104. We talked about that earlier, but I'm never going to bet 104 games in a day, right? So really what I'm looking for is, ROI. For money lines, though, yeah, you want this number to be smaller than all these, which it is. So, I made the right betting choices today on totals and money lines. Spreads, though, you couldn't try to go 4 and 19. If you purposely set out, I'm going to go 4 and 19 today, you would never be able to do it. It's just a bad luck. Like if you flip a coin, you're going to go 9 and 10 or 8 and 11 or 11 and 8 or 10 and 9 on average. To go as bad as 4 and 19 or 3 and 20, it just takes some bad luck. And likewise, good luck. If I were to go 19 and 4 today, I would definitely say this is not the norm and it's good luck. Because remember last week on live totals, I was 18 and 3 when we signed off. And I was saying this is not going to be the norm. Is that Siena game over? I think it is, and I think they didn't cover. And of course, Northwestern hits a 3. Yeah, Siena didn't cover, or St. Peter's didn't cover, so there's a real chance I could go 3 and 20 against the spread today. I would say it's a decent chance. No, I make the bets manually. Not that it matters, but I had Alabama -9. I might have Penn State -5.5. Let me look. Like those numbers are not necessarily the numbers I got in. Those are the numbers that existed when I ran the model. And they change. It takes a while to put the bets in. No, I didn't. At the start of the week, on Wednesday, at the conclusion of this past Wednesday, I had more money in my apps than I had when I deposited. So I had grown my bankroll that I deposited in the Circa and Westgate apps. at the conclusion Wednesday. But I've had 3 losing days in a row, including tonight, which was terrible, and last night was pretty bad too. It's been a slaughter. It's going to take a lot of winning just to get back up to where I was after Wednesday night. Penn State's missed 3 free throws in a row. Isn't that great? But like I said, I might have Penn State minus 5.5. I'm trying to check. So maybe one of these half-point losses I have today, maybe it was a push. Yeah, I do have Penn State minus 5.5. So I've lost, just doing a quick calculation, I've lost 5 units in my Circa account today. Penn State just missed another free throw. They missed 4 free throws in a row. My Westgate account, gosh, that's got to be down 10 units. Ooh, yeah. I'm down about 20, I'm down about 17 units in my Westgate account since Wednesday. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. I'm about to call it quits too once this Penn State game's over. The useless Penn State can't make free throws down the stretch. 4 straight missed free throws. No, I don't bother with a Kelly criterion. A Kelly criterion assumes that you're it pretty much makes the assumption that you don't bet a lot. That's why I don't use it. Like if I made one bet every other day, yeah, I'd probably look into it, but no, that's not the case. Yeah, I'm gonna head out now too. I can't salvage anything tonight. Just gonna have to call it quits. Call this worst day ever quits. For worst day ever in terms of my betting. I think this might be the worst day I've ever had, like ever betting anything. I think I had a baseball day this past summer that was really bad. I don't know if it was this bad though. All right, guys, I'm ending the stream. Thanks everybody for tuning in.